Hi! Hello! Happy Thursday! Hi! How is everybody doing? Happy Thursday. It is I, Squiiji, freelance artist fungi, art educator, debunked, also OG mushroom mage, EG, at your service today. How are you doing today? I will give you my update. I have a little bit of an update of EG health. Don't worry, we'll get to Dislyte, but I do have to give my update on health. So Monday, wow, you're doing a lot of things right now. Monday, I alerted everyone that I'd been having a little bit of medical stuff going on. I've been having some funny heart pain, or not really heart pain, but like chest pain, heart pressure, heart unknown business going on that is probably not good. I was in the ER last Friday, and I'm okay. No heart attack, no other crazy stuff happening like that. However, I did find myself back in the ER on Tuesday night. They had told me after ER round 1, when they took some blood and did some other things, they were like, take some ibuprofen every 3 hours and increase your anxiety medication, and you'll be fine. Maybe also follow up with a PCP. I was like, alright, bet. Hell yeah. I was doing that. Then on on Tuesday afternoon, my heart rate was unable to, I couldn't get my heart rate below like 140. And I was like, that's bad. That's quite bad. And as a result of that, like, I was like real faint. I wasn't feeling so good. And the problem with being freaked out by your heart rate being so high is that you make it higher through anxiety. So that wasn't cool. That wasn't fantastic. And I have learned somehow in the great, vast US of A that I am a citizen of, it costs less for me to go to the ER than it costs for me to just see my PCP and have testing done right now. Something about emergency care, I don't have to pay as much. And I think it's because I'm uninsured. There's a program that is covering me for ER visits. So it costs less. So I was like, hey, we can't get my heart rate down. Also, the chest pain was really bad again. I was like, hey, Jovi, could you take me back? So I went to a different ER this time, and they were way better. Way better ER experience, let me tell you. The lady who stuck me for the IV, she saw my crazy giant bruises from the last place, and she was like, oh my god, who manhandled you? She was like, what happened? I was like, another ER. She was like, that's crazy. She's like, they were so evil to you. She's like, don't even watch it. She's just like talking to me through it, and she's like, alright, you're good. And I was like, huh? I'm good, I'm done. And she's like, yeah, it's placed. You're good. Got me first try. I didn't even realize she was doing it. Which is crazy. However, I will say, the one trouble of being on extended amounts of ibuprofen means that blood doesn't clot very fast, so I've got more giant bruises. Yeah, crazy how they're so rough with patients sometimes. Awful, awful. This girl was lovely. I was so happy. She was so nice to me. She was like, honey, don't worry. She's like, if I don't get you first try in the elbow, she's like, we'll try a hand, we'll try something else. She's like, I'm not gonna keep sticking you a million times. She's like, if I can't get it, she's like, I'll just get someone else, but I'll get it. And she did. She got it. It was so good. So that was nice. I got some fluids. They did more imaging. They took more blood. There was blood round 3. Because they're still testing me for more things to try and figure out what in the world is going on. Yeah, not silenced. Also, yeah, we'll explain, but I did fix my Vignon. There were some problems going on. I fixed it. So they took more blood. They're checking me for thyroid problems. They are checking a whole bunch of other panels, which is also good. Yeah. So we're waiting to figure out that one. We don't have the test results back from that yet, but they determined I wasn't in any immediate danger, prescribed me some beta blockers, and sent me home. So I will say, good news, the beta blockers are doing a good job. They're working hard. They've got my heart rate down. My heart is in a not fantastic area, but in an area where I'm not being actively damaged by it. So like now my heart rate is somewhere like 80 to 90-ish consistently, as opposed to being like 120. So like, that's not as dangerous, thankfully. That's not in the heart damage category, thankfully, so yippee! It also has me way more comfortable, because I think part of the pain was probably my heart is just beating so hard that it didn't feel good. So that is helping, but this is only like a band-aid, unfortunately. So I am seeing a cardiologist next week to try and figure out what's going on. We'll wait and see what the thyroid panel and other panels they took say, but at least I am kind of comfy right now. So scary, right? That's what I'm saying. Terrifying. That's like bad anxiety levels, right? Instead of dangerous. Yeah, it's not dangerous. It's not dangerous, at least. But man, it's terrifying having heart troubles going on. I have family history of strokes and blood clots and heart attacks. So like the mention of any heart anything in my household is like, panic, I'm okay. We cleared me for all of those things, and I'm not at any significant risk for any of those things either. Thankfully. But the only trouble going on with medication now is that the beta blockers they put me on, I don't know if anyone's ever been on a beta blocker before. Man, it makes me drowsy. Man, I'm so drowsy. It is so drowsy. Within like the first 3 hours of me taking it, I am like knocked out. I am so eepy. I'm okay now because I'm supposed to take it 10 a.m., 10 p.m. So like I'm pretty far between them right now. But man, my AM from like 10 until like 1, I was so sleepy. I was so tired. I struggled through my morning activities. But I'm okay. So that was fine. Also, I'm not allowed to stand up fast. Apparently, I may pass out if I stand up too quick because it drops your blood pressure. And I have low blood pressure, so we'll be okay. But we just gotta be careful. What? No way, the engine that drives you being... Wait. The engine that drives your being is having trouble? What could possibly be so scary? Yeah, I wish I could just hop to a different body in my EG, like, fungal infestation fashion, but sadly, I'm stuck with this one for a little while. You shouldn't really stand up quickly anyways. That's fair, and that is true. But I don't always pay attention to that, so now I have to pay attention. But somewhat comforting. I'm feeling much better. I'm feeling much better than I was when you guys saw me last on Monday, too. Oh, my mouse doesn't work. That's cool. What's that about? So, yippee! Hope you'll get the best care. Thank you! We'll solve some of what's going on, but I'm feeling better. I will say I'm not 100%, but I am way better than I was. So we're still gonna run with postponing things until I have some clear idea of what's happening. Because also, we're still within 48 hours of me being in the ER where they give me the stronger pain medication and the stronger anxiety medication and a couple of other things. And this is what happened the last time, where like I was really good on Saturday and Sunday and like okay Monday, and then it got real bad again. So we'll see. I was there Tuesday night. Yesterday I was feeling mostly okay. Today I'm not feeling quite as okay, so we're waiting to see if everything wears off. So we'll see what's going on. But I'm better than I was the last time you saw me, at least. Also, good news in the shroom state. I am no longer silenceable. You cannot silence me by having me drink water anymore. I finally figured out why it was triggering that for drinking water and for the snack and for bald. For bald, the back of my head is still missing and I don't know why. So like, don't look. I don't know why it's missing. Don't look. Haha, almost. I would say my hat, if I like tilt my head a certain way, my hat will cover it, I think, so you can't look. Don't look. But now we can intentionally silence me. You can intentionally silence me. There is a redeem. I don't remember what I called it. Oh, hey, stop. Don't look. Don't look at that. Where is it? I swear it's in here. Yeah, shush.
Oh Shroomy heart, you can calm down. We have drums for making loud rhythmic noises. Unfortunately suppling drums is not a function of Gary's concrete solutions, but any pot or pan will do the job.
Okay, I can speak. I can turn it back on. What are you doing, Gary? Supplying drums? Oh yeah, we don't need to make loud rhythmic noises. No, no. Listen to your heart when he's calling for you. Joby was in the hospital playing the, I know that other people associate this song with something else, but the Bring Me the Horizon song, the Can You Feel My Heart? That song. I don't know quite what that is. I have heard it has other connotations nowadays. To me, it's just a Bring Me the Horizon song that I listened to when I was in middle school. Something something looks maxing? Famous Chad song? Why is that the Chad song? Why is the Bring Me the Horizon song a Chad song? I am not familiar with it in this context. I am just familiar with it from listening to that band when I was a youngin'. I saw another band from when I was a youngin' too today. For no clear reason. It was round 2 of people finding out that Kellen Quinn of Sleepy with Sirens is a lad. Is a dude. Does identify as male. That was, once upon a time, that was like always a bit. People are so mean. Just, my guy's got a high-pitched voice, and he uses it in his songs. He's got a good falsetto. But apparently he sings in like the Sonic Frontiers soundtrack or something. So people are once again learning, because they were like, oh, I thought this was like a woman singing this, and she was doing a great job. Don't be talking smack on him. He's still doing a great job. Leave him alone. Kellen is great. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He's also barely taller than me. I met him when I was also, I think, in middle school at Warped Tour. But it is weird seeing relics of my past reappearing and watching people go through confusion about them in a way that is reminiscent of the confusion people went through about them back then. Ah, yeah, King for a Day. There is a VTuber who I am always so happy to see when they show up on my TikTok. And I can't think of what his name is right now. I think his name is, is it Kisuke? Something like that. But he does a really good King for a Day cover, which was really fantastic, and I was really excited to see it. Rip up this Jersey bridge, would you ever find it like this? E.G. Screamo. Searching for songs for Gary to sing? Don't worry, I'll give you time to research. Kai Kisuke? No, not Kai Kisuke. Not quite. Gonna take a nap if you can stream? Thank you. Enjoy your nap. No screaming, E.G., you're right. I shouldn't get my heart rate up. If I've learned anything from Austin Carlisle, once upon a time lead man of Mice and Men, who had heart problems, screaming's not good for your heart.
See the people walking down the street fall in line just watching all their feet. They don't know where they want to go, but they're walking in time. They got the beat, they got the beat, they got the beat, yeah, they got the beat.
They got the beat, we got... Wait, is that the song? Yeah, we got the beat. Is that the song? I can't think if that's the right song. Yeah, I think I got it. And we're going, yeah! Metal EG would be awesome. I don't even know what I would sing out of metal songs. I don't know if any of them are particularly well suited to my voice. I think the most metal EG you'll get is if I ever decide to go through with my Dragon Force cover. Which, like, I can, power metal, I can kind of do.
I'm in love with concrete even though it hurts, cause I don't care if I lose my mind, I'm already cursed.
I'm sorry to hear that you're cursed, Gary, but I think that is fitting of the fall season that we have before us right now. If you are cursed, it also matches with our background quite well. Fungi Force? Yeah, I can, like, if I really lock in, I'll show you one of these days. I can play Through the Fire and Flames a little bit on ukulele. Sounds like a song's lyrics. It might be a song's lyrics. I don't know what song that is, though. Gary, costume idea, a block of concrete with cutout for Gary's face. You know, maybe I'll do that for tomorrow, mayhaps. Maybe. I could see that being potentially right. Imagine Dragons? Oh, is it? I don't know if... I can't say I know very many Imagine Dragons songs that came out after, like, 2015. So that one might be lost on me accidentally. Little Alexander Ryback song. Oh, okay, so not Imagine Dragons? I'm not imagining dragons. There are no dragons pictured within my brain, within my mind. Beep. You can't make me. Beep. That's true. Uh-oh, I wonder what word he didn't like. Nilo. I don't know if you thought through those lyrics you copy-pasted in. I see there on the second line, a word that he cannot say. We know for a fact that he cannot say that word.
Parent. They say you are what you eat. So I must become concrete. Please.
For Halloween, maybe I'll permit it as a costume. You know, people have those like cutouts that they wear that look like a piece of food. I feel like we could probably do that for you with just like a slab of concrete maybe. I'll think about it. We'll work on it maybe. Sometimes I think the vocal point of Through the Fire and Flames, melodically at least, sounds a bit like Chinese opera, but I can't really prove it. Like isolated, they would fit? Really? Maybe you're thinking that because he jumps in pitch really in a very extreme manner a couple times, which is something that I associate with Chinese opera. I wonder what it is that's... Because I don't know, I'd have to listen to the audio separated to figure out whether I agree with you or not. I have a theory to test Gary's filters. You can try your theory, Lance. I'm gonna copy and paste Nilo's quote and replace that word with something else.
I bleed it out, dig it deeper just to throw it away.
He's allowed to say that he bleeds out. Gary can say that, but Gary is not allowed to say one very scary 4-letter word. Stupid. Let's see, will he say it now?
Beep.
No! Wait, that wasn't the only word that was a problem! Uh-oh! Oh no, there was other words that it didn't like. Is it gonna be the... Wait, is it gonna be this that he can't say?
Beep.
Oh, I can't figure out how to get him to say it. He won't say anything that you gave Nilo. It's not an option, apparently. He's not letting me. Don't know any points, that's okay. Could you, Amber, if you have the ability to refund Nilo, I can't get him to say it. Oh, there's another C word lower down. Oh, is there? Hang on. Oh, wait. But I thought I got both of them.
Beep.
Nope, okay, replacing both of those didn't do it. Hang on. Nope, yeah, he won't say it still. I can't get him to. Any line is not working. Nilo is now banned. That's not true. Don't do that. Don't ban Nilo. I don't appreciate that one. Hi, Ruka! Happy Halloween! Thank you. You too. I'm glad you like Halloween, EG. Do not ban the Nilo. The Nilo is not deserving of the banning. But never ban Nilo. Thank you. Could you refund Nilo? Because I can't get it to do it.
Beep.
Beep. Every line is beep, and I don't know why. I think Gary has just rebelled and didn't want to sing whatever song that was particularly. Which, good on you, Gary. You can sense that is a song that does use that 4-letter word that starts with a C that we don't like. And you did sense to not use it.
Beep.
You got me, Edward. I'll give you that. You got me. I was like, no, no, not again. Think it's too long? No, he's read some really long things that Rex has sent before. I made Gary say Morse code. Please don't do that. That might be a little too much. That might be a little too much. Anyways, though, I feel like I should move us in the direction of getting started, however, at this point. I updated on my health, which is that I am doing as best as I can. I'm staying silly. The world may be cold and hard and evil and cruel sometimes, but the Squiiji stays silly. Next. Hey, you know what I've gathered you all here for today? Dislyte. It's Dislyte time. Dislyte is a game that I had never heard of until a year ago. A year ago, when Shroommates started suggesting that we take a look at the designs from it. Which light? Dislyte. Yeah, Dislyte in particular. So, so in thoughts. I had never heard of this game until a year ago. And then somehow, despite having heard about it a year ago, you know, how they say that once you become aware of something, you are more likely to encounter it. it's sort of one of those like weird phenomenons where like when you learn a word, you start hearing it more often just because you're more aware of it. It's not like it's actually happening more, you're just aware of it. So you'll log it in your memory bank, whereas you wouldn't before. Dislyte, despite me being aware of it for over a year now, I've never actually, in the wild, encountered anything related to it, which is really surprising to me, because I follow a lot of artists who do a lot of fan art, and I do tend to see a lot of gacha games, just miscellaneously on the webs. You know, VTubers kind of notoriously are very into gacha games often, and I have some friends who are very into gacha games, so usually by that combination, I've seen something of pretty much every gacha game we've looked at on stream, which does include, you know, Limbus Company. I was aware it existed, and I'd seen fan art of one or two characters. For Genshin and for any Hoyoverse title, I was pretty thoroughly aware of them. I'd seen a lot of fan art and fan fiction and many of those things that just exist on the internet for Hoyoverse titles. For Reverse 1999, I'd seen a bunch of ads for, and I still to this day get ads for it. Dislyte, I have never seen an ad for it. I've never seen a single character out of it. I'd never seen any of that, which is interesting. They didn't do a great job marketing. Dislyte's popularity isn't too big. Interesting. Hoyo's very widespread. Yeah, many of the others aren't quite as well known. It was really bad. In my small country at launch, there were so many bot reviews praising the devs. Bot reviews? Interesting. Only heard about this game when it was sponsoring creators. Yeah, the only thing I knew about this game prior to a week ago was that Markiplier is in it. And Markiplier has been on the mind recently because I think he just got married, didn't he? Which, like, congrats, my man. But I just knew that, like, Jaden was in AFK Arena? AFK Journey? One of those games? Jaden Animations? And then also that Markiplier is in this game for some reason. What an interesting angle. And there's a, like, similar thread between these two games that both have a content creator in them, or like a YouTuber. And it's that both are by Lilith Games. At least partially. I think that there's development for this game that's not just Lilith Games. But I think that there is a running trend with Lilith Games titles where they theoretically, traditionally, usually have really banger character designs, like really strong character designs, because I am aware of AFK Arena and Journey. And I hear the same complaints about those two games as well, which is that the character designs are really cool and really fun and really well executed. Oh. However, the story is not really engaging all that much, or is just considered lacking. Just the thing that seems to be supporting the game is the character designs and maybe the music, but the actual gameplay and the story, not so much, which is sad to hear. Usually, I feel sort of the opposite about games, or like I feel like I hear the opposite, where I'm hearing that a game has a really engaging, fantastic story, but the character designs are kind of, yeah, they're okay. So it is interesting to see a reversal of that, potentially. Dislyte's pretty small, honestly. Most of my friend lists are pretty much inactive. Oh no! I know one person, one of Jubby's friends, used to play Dislyte. I almost said dislike. Dislyte. And I spoke to him about it, actually, last weekend in preparation for this, which is funny, also. And, because I knew he had played it, and he was like, yeah, I gave up on it. It wasn't that interesting. It was really boring, actually. I was like, oh no. Dislyte has a problem specifically in the first half of the main story. One character keeps saying freaking, which became a meme. I did read that in the information about one of the characters. I know who that is, which is funny. Markiplier and Dislyte, Jaden in AFK Journey, what's next, Squiiji in Reverse 1999. Yeah, I still feel if I were to be put into a gacha game, I would want it to be Reverse 1999. I feel like that would be the one I want. Someone also said Ink Squeegee Cookie would be cute for Cookie Run Kingdom. That would be cute. But if I had my choice, I would go Reverse 1999. Their art style I find to be the most enjoyable out of the gachas we've looked at. But like, if I was to be in a game, why would I want to? Why would I pick a gacha game? I feel like I could pick a game that would. I could just be like a character, right? I don't know. Curious what program you use for a 3D VTuber? I am using Vinyan. Saw a fallout where most players quit Dislyte because they diluted the gacha pool with character upgrade currency. Oh, interesting. I've also heard that the story, not to say it was like, was it rewritten? Or it was just, the story was like extensively changed after so long and technically has like different main characters or something, or maybe it's just like a 2.0 story or something. But I've heard that there's some things going on with that made players not so thrilled in a manner akin to Infinity Nikki, which is interesting. I think EG should be modded to Pikmin. Meet me. Meet me. I think I'd make a very good Alamar-like character. I think Mad Buns drew me as... when was that? Mad Buns drew me as a Alamar and drew the Shrewmates as Pikmin once upon a time. I have that somewhere, sitting at the ready. I think that would go over actually really well. I think that would work very well in their universe. Oh, my little guys. You guys would make very good little memes. Everyone stops talking about Lilith Games games when they stop sponsoring them. No offense to fans, but I had no idea you existed. Oh no! I do hear similar things, which is that Lilith Games do tend to be only in the limelight so long as we're seeing ads for them. And I don't know if I really ever saw many ads for this one. Seems like this is the case with a lot of these games, unfortunately. Great character design, boring gameplay, lackluster story, diluted gacha pools. Yeah, oh, not fantastic. I would say if they want to... I feel like the way to have a successful gacha game in the modern day very well may be the route that Limbus Company has taken, which is having a base cast that we all know and love, that everybody was attached to through story. Get everyone attached to your character through story. Step 1, have a good story. Step 2, really work and refine your gameplay mechanics, because no one's going to play your game if the gameplay isn't fun. A good story and good character design still can't save a game if the gameplay loop is not enjoyable. But if you are looking to make that sweet, sweet money, it seems to be the case that debuting a new character every banner is not going to be maybe as strong of a motivator for people to buy a character, so much as if you are just furthering the storyline of existing characters through having outfits or story-related new forms for them or something like that, so that everything feels like it is well integrated into the story. But that's just my quick take here. Now, having witnessed a lot of gacha games, I feel like I've witnessed from the sidelines more gacha games than your average fella has, unless we're talking about like a gacha addict or something. A lot of gacha games fall into the trap of gameplay being punishment for rolling the gacha. Yeah, I do see that, where like you have to play the gacha in order to play the game, and the gameplay is not rewarding unless you are spending money. And that's awful. That's terrible. That is not fun. With Momosume, people are definitely into the designs and the character story, but the issue is with how fast the schedule is and how harsh the RNG can be. I will say, the schedule for the EN version of Umamusume, isn't it like ×2 the Japanese release? It's crazy. I cannot keep up with it. I cannot save up. It is crazy. I don't know why they're doing that. I'm sure it's because they're trying to get to current content faster, because they know some people's favorite horse is, you know, maybe like a year 2 or year 3 horse. But that's just crazy. It's too much. Thankfully, I just like hanging out with Taiki Shuttle. So like, I'm immune to it, and I'm like, whatever, I'm just gonna hang out and keep doing funny little runs. And I'll, you know, pull every once in a while. But it is tough in any of those games. But at least with that one, you kind of know where we're heading. We know what's coming up in the pools, so you can save accordingly. But a lot of games sort of rely on the fact that you have no idea what the next gacha is going to be. you don't know if it's going to be a game-breaking character or a rerun of your favorite or something like that, and they rely on that. And I think that's sort of a, maybe unscrupulous technique there that I don't know how much I approve of. Yeah, Umamusume is 3 years behind. Main draw in JP is that events line up with IRL horse racing events, so catching up is essential for marketing in their eyes. Oh, that makes sense. I could see that. Okay. Not a fan of gacha in general, but I understand the appeal. That's sort of where I end up. I don't like gacha games. I like me a nice RPG where we have 6 or so, maybe 8 really well-developed characters, and the whole thing is really intensely story-driven. That's my kind of thing. But anyways, we should move into actually looking at and critiquing the characters from Dislyte. So, let me give some disclaimers here. I, e.g., am not the end-all be-all of thoughts and feelings and analysis on the characters' designs here. I am just one character designer's thoughts. I do have some credentials here. I have taught character design at the university level previously, and I have made pretty much my full-time career for the last more than a year at this point, just working in character design critique. So, I may have a little credentials, but you are welcome to disagree with me, as long as you are doing so kindly and aren't being a meanie in my comments. But you are allowed to leave me comments if I miss something, because since I have not played this game, it's sort of inevitable that I will miss something, especially for games that have years and years and years worth of content. So, you're welcome to correct me. Just do so kindly. You're also allowed to, while we're going through characters, live today, if you're in the chats, you are allowed to tell me things also. Indubitably. Thank you, Ember. So, I need to also say, I'm not a hater. There will, as always, be a mix of designs that I think are effective and designs that I think are not as effective. Today, we are aiming to start with the characters I believe are the Shackled collection. And then we're going to go into 4 sort of popular characters. I would like to thank Selma for providing me with a nice little Google Doc. That way I could see who some of the characters are that win popularity polls and who seem to be interesting designs, at least in the eyes of someone who has played the game for a while. So, I do have a couple characters pulled from that as well, just 4 random ones. So we'll get into more of those later, and for next week, we'll be continuing with this series, with Dislyte. And if there are characters you want me to look at that I don't do today, please comment them, because that's where I will probably end up looking to determine who we'll go over next week, because I don't currently have any idea who we'll pick. So, usually when I approach these types of critiques, I read into the story of the world so I can sort of get a general understanding of it. So I understand in this world there are, it's sort of, I don't know if we consider it apocalypse happening, but there's these weird events called miracles happening, and these weird little creatures who are kind of evil and not good, causing problems. Some people get transformed by powers around them into fellas who can control the powers of mythological figures or deities. So, yeah, then I believe, yeah, are they called espers? That might be what they were called. So, what I will be aiming to do here is, based on knowing things about the lore of the game, I'm going to try and guess key factors about each character, like their role in the story, maybe their occupation. I might try and guess what god or deity they're based on, because those are the kinds of things that I should probably be able to guess just by looking at the design itself. But we'll see how well that goes. I'm also aware that there is a, rock, paper, scissors power system going on, which is the Flow, Inferno, Wind thing, and then there's Shimmer, which is unaffected. And I'm aware that they may be related to color choices made for the characters' designs, which is interesting. I'm not sure how guessable those things might be, but we will see. And, also, my disclaimer that I need to make here about guessing the mythology that each character is from is that I am the unfortunate victim of the American education system, in that, man, in school they're like, we will teach you about the Greeks and the Romans and the Egyptians, and we'll just do a little sprinkling of Norse mythology for fun, and we'll give you maybe 1 or 2 figures from places outside of that. And then made worse by the fact that I do have a minor in art history. My institution that I attended did not offer a single class on really any art historical background for something outside of Europe. Other than Egypt, which is terrible and awful. So I have in the years since tried to supplement my knowledge, but it's not, you know, there's something different about trying to learn things yourself on top of doing 9 million other tasks that isn't quite the same as learning things in school. So for as much as I will be attempting to guess what the mythological basis for the characters is, I'm gonna have skill issue problems in a couple of places, namely probably some Chinese and Japanese mythology. I do know some key figures from those mythological bases. However, we may have to supplement knowledge, and I did have to do some Googling. So, that's not the fault of this game or their designs. That's a skill issue, I admit that. Characters have inverted theme, story, or personality. Oh, Zeus's character backstory is about how much he loved his wife? Oh, that's wild. Okay, that is interesting. So, sorry to anyone else who had a terrible American education as far as getting a good breadth of understanding of the history of places other than Europe. I understand your suffering. So, I'll try and make up for it as best as I can with supplementive research, but we'll see. So yeah, so we are going to start with the Shackled collection, look at some popular fellas. I hear there's skins for some characters, but that's not a huge thing apparently in this game. There's a couple, but we're not really going to focus on those. So, why don't I shift us to the drawing area so I can introduce my rubric here. I feel like my voice is way stronger than it was on Monday, which is good. I haven't done a ton of talking in the last couple of days, just because I haven't been feeling super fantastic. But I think I sound better. Maybe I'm crazy. I don't think I am. I think I do. Okay, hang on. Here. This is not the right place. Hang on, try again. Yippee! Here we are. Oh, Selma, thank you for resubscribing. I'm here, and Zero Lance. He has no kids. I like that you're answering a question in your resubscription thing. Welcome back, Selma. I hope you enjoy continuing to rotate with us. Zero Lance, I think that Selma is answering Lance's question about how many kids Dislyte Zeus has. Chart jump scare. Oh man, I should really put like the chart in scary black and white colors for Halloween month. Hang on. Hang on, I can do that. We can slurp all the saturation up out of this. Woo! Rubric jump scare. Woo! Woo! The worst thing you could imagine seeing in your house. Floating piece of paper. Monochromatic. Scary. We can go back to being gay and having rainbows after this month. Job application. No, I do not fear job applications. I have filled out so many of those. I do not fear it. Need a scared spooked emote? You have one! It's the ET holding a cross. That's my emote that I use to ward off evil. That's our scared one. I guess we could have a better scared one. Yeah, there you go. I guess I don't look that scared in it, so maybe that's why, but here, this is my rubric that I use to grade character designs. In true teacher fashion, I use this as a way to be as objective as possible in our grading. I also use this as a way to negate as much of my bias as possible. I do a bias category, however. So, each character design can receive up to 2 points in each of 5 categories. Those 5 categories are color palette, silhouette, complexity versus clarity, focal point, and concept and motifs. To get full points for color palette, the palettes should be cohesive and interesting. The contrast should work well at a distance, and there should be a good, strong color hierarchy present. I am so happy that the sort of classic color palette that I see in the Hoyoverse, and I've seen in a lot of gacha games just sort of at large, which is that black, white, a color, a metal palette, is not quite as prevalent here. And even when it is showing up, it doesn't feel quite as samey. There's a good variety of color palettes I've seen in Dislyte characters. So already, that's something good, moving in the right direction. Character will receive no points for color palette if the palette has instances of low contrast, clashing, overwhelming choices, if the hues and values need revisiting. I've seen 1 or 2 characters that may get kind of close to this category, though, so I'll get back at you about that one. 4. Silhouette. The silhouette of the character should be unique and easily identifiable in and of itself. I think this game does a pretty fantastic job at this, which is crazy. Most of the gacha games we've looked at, they're kind of so-so. They're kind of okay. Maybe not fantastic, but not too bad. Some of them have been pretty rough. But this game does not shy away from exaggeration in silhouette. And it also doesn't shy away from just adding accessories or hair shapes or interesting clothing shapes or clothing layers that help to make the characters really distinct. Yeah, it's a 3D gacha game. They have good silhouettes for that. So I give them points in that category for sure. So I'll be happy to see them. However, conversely, if any of the characters have a silhouette that is non-distinct or blob-like, they will not be getting points for silhouette. 4. Complexity versus clarity. The level of detail should be appropriate to the medium. So, these are 3D models that are based off of 2D sprites. From what I have seen, the 3D models are pretty accurate, but they're not just... They're missing just like a little bit of the pizzazz that the 2D art has, and they're not really one-to-one modeled. The proportions are a little bit different, but I would say overwhelmingly, if the 2D illustration is working character design-wise, the 3D models are working too. They seem to be pretty comparable to one another, but based on that, level of detail should be appropriate for a 3D design in a gacha game that has to run on a mobile device, perhaps. So we'll see. Some characters suffered a lot from the 2D to 3D transition and others benefited from it. I did see a little bit of that happening. It seems like characters they've released more recently aren't suffering as much from the 3D interpretation, as they were just getting more used to probably conveying this style in 3 dimensions. But we'll see. Many of the details are really neat and the animations for the ults are good. That's good to hear. So, level of detail should be appropriate. The detail should be specific and support the concept and focal point. I should be able to make a marketable plushie out of the character. One of the parts of a successful strategy for many pieces of media is that your designs should, A, be something you can turn into something you can sell. Merchandise is very important to a lot of games. Or just movies, animes, and things like that. It's a big piece of the pie as far as their funding goes, so they should be able to pare down with relative ease. But also, the designs themselves should not be intimidating to a viewer or a player who may want to draw fan art of them. Fan art is free marketing, and I've said this time and time again, but one of the clearest indicators we have as to the sort of longevity of any piece of media is how dedicated the player base is to creating fan works. There's a reason why things that came out years and years and years ago are still so prominent sort of in like the cultural consciousness, and it's because the power the fans have really is able to keep them relevant. So despite the fact that, Genshin released 2016, something like that, we still see fan art of the characters who were in the game from release, and that does a lot to make other people want to play the game. And I do worry that despite the fact that the character designs for this game seem to have a pretty decent level of detail, they're not overwhelming, and all their details do mostly seem to support their concept and stuff like that. However, I have never encountered fan art in the wild. Wait, Genshin's from 2020? Wait, Genshin's from 2020? Am I thinking, was that Honkai Impact that's from 2017 or 2016? I might have just said the wrong title. Whoops. The company actually, yes, oh, okay. Company actually commissioned a lot of furry fan art and was a very good marketing tactic. Interesting. Okay, I'm here for it. I've heard that is like a valid strategy that other companies use as well for marketing for their games, which is commissioning people to make fan works for them, which is interesting. A lot of contest art entries. Interesting. Opening the stream, for some reason the categories are colorblind. It's because it's scary to have things in black and white. Woo! It's Halloween in the shroom state. Wrong impact. Sorry. Sorry. Incorrect impact. Anyways, level of detail seems appropriate in this game, sort of at large. The focal point of any character design should be the face. You should be initially looking most characters in the eyeballs, because that is how you form a relationship with a character. That is how, you know, we form attachment. Eyes are the window to the soul in many ways, and the face is how we can determine how characters are reacting to the world around them. It's just how we form connections with others. So the face should be the primary focal point. You can have secondary and tertiary focal points for sure, and those things often should be something that, you know, is related to the lore of the character or is just otherwise important to our understanding of them, but the face and the head should still be pretty focal under most circumstances. If the face and the head are not focal due to low contrast, over/under detailing, or being outcompeted by other elements, not fantastic. And then finally, concept and motifs. The concept should be clearly, creatively, and thoroughly explored. This means we should be able to guess a couple of key factors about a character just from what they look like visually. These things include personality, occupation, species, if they have some sort of animal thing happening. In this game particularly, being able to guess the mythological inspiration for the character is probably also going to be quite important to do. So I'll be keeping an eye out for this one. And I have found that despite my lack of knowledge in certain areas, there are certain characters whose mythology I am quite well versed in, yet I could not guess that that is who they were. So we'll get to that. Sometimes they're really clear and I was able to figure them out almost immediately. Sometimes not so much. I'll walk you through sort of my thought process in trying to identify who characters were. I did do cold reads for all of them. So if I cannot identify the concept, if the concept is visually unclear, no points, probably. None of these characters are going to suffer from not having a concept. They all have one. It's just going to be determined by whether or not we can see it. Thalmage! Also, Dark Viking, thank you guys for following. I appreciate it. Sorry, I'm a little late on one of those. How clear is it? Oh, a stream of my niche gotcha? Got you. Yes, it is. Lots of muscular male furries in Dislyte? It's been like a year of wait for me for a furry girl. Wait, there's no furry girls in it? Interesting. Did we do attendance? We did not. Why don't we do a little attendance right here, right now for fun, for sure. We can do a little bit of attendance. Who's here for class before I move into looking at our first design and hour into stream? If you'd like to check in on YouTube, we have, or not on, well, on YouTube you can just say hi or here. That works. On Twitch, we have a 1-point channel point redeem that you can use. So I see Striker Venom, Panda, Hoshi, Chokorama, Mad Buns, Thimble Stitch, Southern Lights, which I believe is Star, and I think it reverted me having fixed that for some reason. Sanism, Mythic, Edward. Oh, but it didn't revert Mythics. How weird. Intriguing. Valosteus, Nilo times 2 for some reason. Fern, Nightwife Balisong, Dia Fiora, Little, Ianita. So many headbats. You gave me a lot of headbats. That's very kind of you guys earlier. Wheel. Lance, Amber, Viraku, Cecil Sade, Dolph, Neon Teddy, Kuromaru, Angel Kitty. Hi. Sorry for being chaos. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's not your fault that Twitch is being silly, funny, goofy, and not working properly. Hi, I see Ice Cream Singer, Callie, Ked, also Game Loser, Stellar. Hi. Hello. I played this game for 3 years, so I recall that character well from the Pan event. Pan event? I don't know what you guys are talking about. I'm sort of lost on that right now. When are we running a Squiiji furry artist marketing campaign? As soon as we manage to name Zany the head of that, there is already a furry Squiiji design that Zany made for us once upon a time. Sorry, EG, no apologies. You're not allowed. You're not permitted. You're not allowed to apologize to me. You're fine. Yeah, Zany drew a bear EG because I say bear with me so much as my fursona, because also my little spots remind people of a panda. So there's 2 drawings of me as a furry. Am I a furry? Not especially. I do have a lot of love in my heart and support for the furries, though. It's just not something that I personally identify with. Zany's a great artist, so cool. Right, I agree. Fiery heart, hello. You're not even Kimono Mimi? Nope. I am not even animal. Not in any way am I animal. I am a fungi, and that is all. Recently, the Chinese servers, they commissioned a lot of barely safe for work furry art. Whoa! I think I accidentally encountered some of it when I was looking for splash art from the game. Anyways, why don't I get us started here? We're gonna start with the Shattered collection. So we're gonna start with the OG main character, who is Brynn. Brynn? Is that a correct way of pronouncing this name? I'm gonna guess so, but unclear. So I do have, for all the characters, I have their story art, and then I have their album art, which I'm not sure what that means as far as the difference goes. And then for some of them I do have just like a 3D model. It's okay. This is alright. It's a 3D model. It's not fantastic. It kind of looks like Fortnite a little bit. I wish they would have leaned more into a cel-shaded render style, because this is a downgrade to me, unfortunately. This is much more cel-shaded and it's much flatter. I don't know why they didn't stay consistent with the reference art for the 3D models. I don't know if I'm a fan of the smooth shaders, is what I'm saying. But it's not bad. It's not bad. Each of the characters has a unique sculpt and a unique model, and they're very detailed, so I'll give them points for that. But we're not going to talk about the 3D models. We're talking about character design, and we can see the elements of the character design are working more or less the same across both versions, 2D and 3D. It's just that stylistically, I'm not sure the 3D works quite as well. But first, guessing the mythological fella that she is based on. I got this one pretty quickly. She's got a... I don't know if this is like a phenomenon that people are familiar with, but this is called... Actually, that's the whole phenomenon. In art history, this symbol is referred to as the Valknut, which is technically not what it is. I don't think it's actually confirmed that that is what it is, and there's a whole thing about whether that is or is not what that is. But that does place us within like Norse or Germanic mythology. Rex is also making an accurate guess as to one of the other hints that I received, but also Valkyries. Valkyries, there is a Valkyrie that I believe Brynn is a Valkyrie name. Also, the wings of Valkyries are often described as being swan-like. And I would happen to say that these wings are sort of swan-like in their scale, in the feather layout, in the length of some of the feathers as well. So I did guess that this is a Valkyrie. Valkyries are also often armored, so she's got some pauldrons on her shoulders. So that was my guess, and I believe that's probably pretty accurate. And that is what she is. Oh, Mythic, thank you for resubscribing. Welcome back. I hope you enjoy continuing to rotate with us. Also, that's crazy that it's been a year. Oh my god. The fact that people are at 16 months is incredible and terrifying to me at the same time. Issue I have with her model, the wings look like they're coming from her booty and not her back. Oop. That's unfortunate. The way that they do her capelet in 3D, because I saw the animations, they parented her jacket, the front flaps of it, to her chest. Like, this is a whole situation trying to rig, I am sure. I am sure this is not a fun thing to try and rig. If it's a cloth sim, it's probably not as bad. But, like, my current outfit, do you see how it clips through my chest? Capelets are not the most fun thing to rig in 3D. So I can understand why that might have happened. The wings, they may have just been moving lower, so that way they're staying clear of the capelet, and they don't have to worry about collision or overlap. And yes, Brynn is the freaking character. I did read that also. I don't know why she would say that so much, but I was able to very easily guess what mythological figure she was. So I can give her points for that on concept. Secondarily, if I were to guess what her occupation is, this kind of gives it away. But if I were to cover up the image of her playing guitar, you know, she is dressed in somewhat of a punk manner. She's got her hair pulled off to one side of her head, it's pretty spiky. She's got some layers on and fishnets, big chunky boots. She's got a spiked collar. So I can see that she's got some punk or maybe metal adjacent inspiration in her fashion. But then the guitar just makes it really obvious. And I do enjoy the prop design here. I believe this is an axe that it's becoming, where these are blades on the top and bottom. Not a very safe instrument to play as an instrument, but a very cool weapon to have nonetheless. Also, it's also a weapon. Yeah. Classic battle axe guitar in the Marceline fashion. Brynhilda Romantia, wrong game. What do you mean? 2 axes even? Yeah, it is a double-edged axe, yes. So, I can guess her occupation, I can guess her mythological reference point. Her silhouette! We'll start with silhouette here. I'm gonna do them in white because the background is too dark. If I didn't know any better, I might think that she is kind of... She's got almost like a Vincent Valentine silhouette on the top half of her body, which is kind of funny. If it weren't for the wings, she would have a Vincent Valentine silhouette a bit, with the little capelet and the hair that's sort of flowing from one side of the head to the other. But I would say that's a pretty identifiable silhouette. Her haircut is very specific. It adds some nice asymmetry to her. The capelet is adding a nice big moment here. Big old shape in her chest area. The wings make it so that she has a nice big overall shape with some weight in her silhouette. And the wings themselves also, you know, are hinting at her concept just from, you know, silhouette alone. Yeah, so it's very bird-like. Yes. Nice little dichotomy with the traditionally depicted blonde Valkyrie. I might rearrange our order here because there is something that they've done here that I was picking up on. I don't know enough about the story to speak to it very much, but I believe that they are setting her up to be a foil to the other person who she has a band with. Just based on their character designs, I'm making that as a guess. And I think the reason why they gave her dark hair and light clothing is to offset his light hair and dark clothing, and because he is a mythological figure that is a little bit harder to depict in a way that might be as obvious, and having light hair is really one of the only consistent things that we tend to see about him in mythology. So I think they decided it was more important for him to have it, but also, you know, we can set her up to be a protagonist in her bright clothing, which we tend to associate with, you know, we tend to associate brighter colors with good and, you know, purity and, you know, thanks Bible for making us do this in a lot of ways, but, you know, we tend to associate light colored clothing with protagonists. It's light, it's bright, it's clean. Therefore, the other character we're setting up as an opposite, wearing all dark colors, does set them up to be a little bit more of an antagonist, maybe, just visually and comparatively, which is interesting. Interesting that we're getting that just by looking at them. So I believe that this is a protagonist. Her color palette, you know, Valkyries are often depicted in a lot of bright colors. So I think this makes sense. Usually they're in armor. We can see a little bit of armor, but bright colors checks out. And then she also has a lot of blue throughout her design as well. This is, for all intents and purposes, mostly white in color palette. It is that black, white, and a metal. And a color palette that I talk about often. But it's not boring me in the same way that it often does in other pieces of media, because we've got some hue shifting going on. We have her socks, which are more teal. We have the wings in the back, which have more of a lavender undertone to them, just slightly. There's a much broader range of hues throughout her blues than we often see. Even like the white part of her clothing is hue shifted to teal. The blacks are just pure black, which I feel like is a missed opportunity. They could have an undertone. Some of them are a little bit brown, but not many of them. But overall, the color design is at least not bothering me. But yeah, lots of blue and lavender instead of, yeah, pure, stark, bright white. Sadly, not every character is treated this way, but she at least is. Which is good. GGG, thank you for following. I appreciate it. Skip the story and only played for a year, so I don't know. Fair. does have blue ornamentation in her hair. She does. She's got a little bit of blue ornamentation. I think she has cornrows, which is an interesting decision. I know that in Norwegian bands, this is not an uncommon thing to see sometimes, and I think it is coming from the group of people who say that Vikings had dreads and or braids and or those kinds of things. There's not really any historical basis that says that yes, that was true. But I think that might be what's causing this phenomenon to occur in her design, so I can at least see a basis for it, but I don't know about it. Also, classic rocker eyebrow slit. Learn from a different game that Brynhilde the Valkyrie is the wife of Siegfried. Is she really? I didn't know that. Interesting. More rocker than Viking. Yeah, she is more rocker than Viking, for sure, at least visually. So where was I? Hang on. So we took the color. Oh, I didn't talk about the focal point. She and her compatriot, Siegfried, both are doing something that works very well for their focal point, which is that they have selective color placement. Her design is predominantly white. There's a lot of blue throughout, sort of everywhere, but all of the black and dark colors in her design are in the upper half. You know, we've got her bandeau, and we've got her necklace, and we've got her hair. And also, the area where the most of her, you know, dark color is her hair. I think the background color I have right now is not making this work as well as it could, but all of the dark elements being in the upper part of her design helps a lot to make her head more focal. However, I will say that big flat plane of black on her chest is just a little bit distracting because it's less detailed, and having a big area of flat blue on her ankles is also kind of distracting. So I wouldn't give her, you know, perfect full points for the head being focal, but they've made some decisions that do significantly help to make the head pretty focal. I love your hat design. Thank you. I appreciate it. I made it myself. It's very bouncy. There we go. She was a rocker until the start of the story. Yeah, she was. She was a rocker. Specifically meant to be Brunhilde to match Seig's Siegfried inspiration because of the myth. Okay, I see. Darker jacket might make her eyes more focal. I think that she is one of those opportunities where she could just use to have an entirely different contrasting eye color. The blue eyes pop not, like, pretty well, but I'm wondering if it would be even stronger if she had a more teal undertone to her eyes. Because I don't want to take her fully away from having blue eyes. But if we have a color undertone in her eyes that isn't anywhere else, that will make them pop even more. I'm not even sure I picked a color that's hue shifted green enough. Whoops, this is on the wrong one, which is why. There we go. So like if her eyes were just a little bit more teal, do you see how much more striking they are? Because now they are unique for the fact that they are green. Whereas before, her eyes weren't particularly unique in their color because her socks are blue, her gloves are that blue, both a little bit more green. Now her eyes are standing out more. Blue eyebrows is an interesting choice. It is interesting. It's subtle. I guess it almost makes it seem like her natural hair color is blue, where like the roots of her hair here are blue. Intriguing. But overall, not a bad design. I feel like I can grade her already. She's pretty quick. She's a very easily digestible character, I will say. Doesn't really take us very long to figure out what she's about. So, color palette wise, I feel like the eyes would stand out better if they were another color, but that's going to come into focal point. So, for the color palette itself, I can tell the edges of all the shapes pretty clearly. They've done a good job with making the wings behind her have a different color undertone than the shorts do, and they're also brighter and less saturated, so we can tell these edges pretty clearly against each other in this area. Same deal with everywhere that the white elements are bordering each other, but they've also broken the shapes up too. We don't just have white flat against certain areas of the body. Her skin tone, not being abysmally pasty and pale, also adds a lot to the contrast that makes it so she reads well. So for color, I would say she's fine. She passes for me. For silhouette, I would say that she is very distinct in her silhouette. For being sort of a rocker or a metalhead or something of that capacity, a band member, I am surprised a little bit by her level of symmetry. I feel like she could maybe use a little bit more asymmetry to sell her even better. You know, we could give her one of these, another spiked accessory somewhere on her wrist or somewhere else maybe, because I think her hair is the only asymmetrical element that impacts her silhouette. She's got this one little chain, but she's very symmetrical. I get that Valkyries are often pretty orderly in their depictions, but for a rocker, I feel like it's a little bit unusual that she's so symmetrical. So I don't know if I'd give her full points, but I'm not going to take too many points off. Maybe match the blades on her guitar like an icy teal. Oh, for the eyes? We could. That might be nice, yeah. Turn this up. I could go like that. If the eyes were brighter, that could work. But it's just because they're darker right now that it's not standing out quite as much. That is interesting that they went for a really icy teal for her guitar. For complexity versus clarity, I think that the level of detail she has is perfectly fine. As far as gacha characters go, usually they're erring to the end of, like, quite over-detailed. I would say that she's just shy of being under-detailed. I think that the only reason I'm thinking that, though, is because I'm just so used to over-detailed designs. This is a totally normal level of detail for a character design. All of the details are here to serve our understanding of her character. Her necklace is to sort of set her in the Norse mythology. Her pauldrons are a reference to the way that Valkyries are usually armored. The wings are a Valkyrie reference. The boots are sort of typical to the style of rocker or metalhead that she is, you know, taking her basis from. So, like, all of the elements are pointing back at her concept, so I think that's fine. Lower level of detail for lower rarity characters since she's a 3-star, not a 5-star. Interesting. I wonder if any of the characters that I have today are 5 stars. I bet some of them are. I'll be intrigued to see how that goes. But right now, her level of detail is fine to me. Maybe I could use 1 or 2 more specific details. Her clothing doesn't feel like it's super clearly designed, and I think I'm agreeing with Ririku. Failure to reference Viking folk for the rocker aesthetic does make me also a little bit sad. Having a father who is in some capacity in a Nordic adjacent religion and is also a death metal fan does give me a little bit of understanding as to how people of that sort tend to dress. And I'm interested that she isn't really drawing from any of that specifically. She seems sort of like generic rocker, more so than a specific reference to any genre of band. Yeah. The game has 3 tiers when it comes to character. There were 4, but that was just for enemies. Oh, okay. Angel with a shotgun, or is she a harpy? Neither. She's a Valkyrie. Which I guess, like, that's similar to angels and visual aesthetics, but not quite. For the focal point, it is mostly her head, but there are some things that are a little distracting. Could have made her outfit of deer hide and made the edges more rough. So it could have been white, but texture and handcrafted. Yeah! Yeah. But for concept, other than my slight misgivings about her rocker aesthetic maybe not being as specific as it could be, I could guess her Norse mythological reference point pretty quickly and easily. I think I'm getting a pretty decent read of her personality as well, too. Where, you know, she does have some edge to her. She's got these big sharp shapes in her hair, but she's got so many squares in her clothing, her capelet, her socks, that she does seem like a dependable character, someone you could trust and rely on. I don't know if these are accurate reads because I don't know the character super well, but I'm going to guess that I'm at least somewhat accurate in my breakdown of personality. She's got a lot of squares. A lot of squares. It's good? Okay. So I think this is a fair layout. This is pretty good. Am I being too nice? Might be being too nice. This is really high for my new rubric. Maybe Dislyte's just that good, though. 3, 6, 7, 8 out of 10. Starting strong. Oops, I can't read that color. To be honest, this is a good design for urban fantasy. Yeah, I would agree with that. I would say that this is a strong and memorable design for urban fantasy. I see Amber clapping. You guys can clap for these designs if you want, like we do with Monday designs, but you don't have to. I don't think Brynn is going to be saddened by us not commending her. Until you get to the only Korean Esper, then the low ratings might come up since her look is kind of mid. Uh-oh. We'll find out. Today we are looking at Brynn, Drew, Q. I would look at Seig next because he thematically relates to her, and I feel like it would make the most sense to just go to him next. But after that, I have Leora, Chu Yao, Tang Xuan. I'm goofing up pronunciation probably a little bit. And Anna as our fellas for today. So we'll see. Don't have to clap, we get to clap. I'll permit it. I'll allow you to clap if you want to. When I think about the game, Brynn is 100% the character I think of. Interesting. Okay. No Liao. Hey, if you want me to do Liao, comment that fella's name in my comments for next week. Also, the characters that are on the thumbnail were chosen partially because of the fact that they stood out from the dark background. This fella is not on the thumbnail because he didn't stand out from the dark background. Brynn's hair gets lost on the dark background, so characters that aren't all in black are more likely to be, at least 4 of them are likely to be chosen. So, this is Seig. His name did immediately spoil to me who he was. I was like, oh, okay. This is probably Siegfried. He's got another Volknut, so I was like, okay, definitely Norwegian, or Germanic in some capacity. I see Logan saying how they incorporated Fafnir into his design. If I didn't have this, ignore all of this. Ignore all of those. If we look at the base design, just look at the base design. Base design. Who do you think this is in mythology? Because just looking at him, I was like, all right, light hair. He's wearing a ball cap, which, like, I don't tend to associate with, like, metalheads, especially. Also, the fact that his chest is out. I see that we are getting some sort of maybe armor reference in his shoulders, where these almost resemble pauldrons. He's got tattoos, and I have seen these type of wristbands before in metal capacities, but I'm like, who are you supposed to be? I see people saying that they see Loki. No shot? Yeah, not Loki. It's definitely not Loki. We don't have any of the other symbolism of Loki happening in this character. I think we're just used to Loki having long hair from Marvel. I don't think we see any of his symbolism happening here. Seig's pre-Esper versions. Makes sense he's not very mythological E. Ah, okay, so that I guess is important to consider. With the combination of this, which is where he is, I guess, experimented on by the faction that your faction, and by your, I mean, Brynn is working with. He is being, I guess, experimented on by that other group. There's something happening here. I'm not sure I know what it is just by looking at it. Yeah, his pants did get unrendered for some reason. But by the time we reach, whoops, not that one, this one, I figured out, I was like, oh, this is our take on Fafnir's Bane. If people are not familiar with the legends of Siegfried, he slays the dragon, but then dies also as sort of a result, I believe. Yeah, Curse of Greed. So I was like, oh, okay. We're adding dragon-like scales to this character. He's got the heart. Yeah, he bathed in Fafnir's blood as well. I can kind of see the references they're going for. So then, once they did make him a playable character, they added some of the dragon-like elements into the character. But they made him kind of like a cowboy. Some of the clothing shapes are so funny to me, but I did show this to my father, and my dad was like, oh, that's a cool outfit. 3 years to get him. Yeehaw. Yeah, where did the cowboy come from? I have seen many of the, like, Norwegian style metal bands that my dad listens to, and they don't dress like this, but, yeah, he is also giving me a little pirate. As an old metalhead, it makes sense. Yeah, my dad had no issue with this. My father was like, oh yeah, okay. He was like, yep, that's fine. So this is a much more, I guess, metalhead style outfit. Huge, giant collar seems to be in keeping with what I have seen before. Hats are very popular for metalheads. I've never seen this style of hat before, but that's probably just me, maybe. And I am hearing that, yeah, good thing about late characters. Better gameplay, power creep. Also, more interesting designs as well. I think they also made his eyes more teal, which is interesting. But here, we'll just sort of talk about him in general, because this is just a guy, but then again, as people were saying, he was just a guy at this point. There wasn't really more happening to his character yet. Now he's been implanted with the heart. He was allowed to keep his sick, cool necklace, which has also become unrendered for some reason. Full dragon transformation, and then yeah. What? This is the gay metalheads, to be fair? Really? Okay, I'm surprised my father said nothing of that, but reminds me of League's fictional power metal band. Interesting. Okay, I see. All fun and games until he puts those claws on actual strings. Yeah, I don't know how you're able to play the guitar like that, my man, but it is a really cool guitar. The wing becoming part of the flying... It's not, doesn't really look that much like a flying V, but the pun of making this a flying V guitar, but it also having a wing. Interesting. Good. Leather and stuff and chest out and long hair. Yeah, studs and all of that, yeah. I can see, yeah. I see what you mean, Ruku. I can see it. I can see it. Is Pentakill the League band? I didn't know that's what they were called. I only know of Heartsteel, which is not a metal band. I don't know very much about League. I have stayed away from it for most of my life. So, I think based on what we're talking about, we're just gonna grade this version, because this is the version where he actually has the mythological reference integrated into his design directly. Why did they laser tattoo removal him? I guess it might be too much going on visually. But like, what? Where did all his tattoos go? Peculiar. Interesting. First character of the new element. Oh no, there's a new element? Okay. Interesting. No idea, it's never covered. Okay, alright. Top 10 anime betrayals. Yeah, no more tattoos, that's fine, it's fine. So, we've turned the Dragon Slayer into a dragon. Interesting, I can see that working. For his occupation, I think even if we took the guitar away from him, I would not have any trouble identifying him as metal band member, probably. That would work. Olaf is still goof. Basically separate gacha pools, limited time resource. Yay, more FOMO. Oh no! Laser tattoo removal him? Yeah, I don't know what happened. His tattoos are all gone. Which is sort of crazy, but that's okay. If he had those tattoos in this design, it would be too much visually for me. It'd be overwhelming. There'd be too much happening in his chest. They'd have to tone some things down, and his arm is almost completely covered anyway, so we're not gonna worry about it. But occupation, I can guess that pretty easily. I think I am getting most of the concept from him. I will say, I am much more used to seeing Siegfried depicted in like a much more warrior-esque outfit, the same way Valkyries are. So it is going to be a little bit more challenging, maybe, for people who aren't as familiar with the legend to identify him correctly. But I don't think it's too bad. They've incorporated the important parts of his mythology, perhaps, which is dragon. They flayed him, but he regenerated. Good God, okay. Ugh. Yeah, so it is a good thing, maybe, that his tattoos did not regenerate with him. So, concept-wise, I think most of it's guessable to me, but I also have a good understanding of that mythology in some capacity. To your average person, not so much, but that's less the fault of the design and more the fault of the fact that I don't know how many people just generally in the populace know what Siegfried looks like off the top of their head, or know his myth thoroughly as much. The new element character is memed as Edna Mode. If she locked in, oh my god, wait, I want to see her. I'm Edna Mode. It's me! They put me in the game! I would say it's clearly explored. I still think that we could have gotten more of like the Viking metal angle in here. I'm surprised that we haven't gotten more Viking metal visual inspiration to either of them. But that's okay. That's alright. We didn't really talk about it much yet, but for color design, they are setting him up to be a foil to Brynn, which I believe relates to their story in some capacity. They were from the same band. So he has an inverted palette compared to hers, especially, it's really obvious here. The purple makes it less obvious. But she has dark hair, light clothing. So we are getting the idea that, maybe she's still a little bit rough around the edges, but she's very dependable, and she is also the protagonist. This guy is set up maybe as an antagonist, sort of early, by the fact that he is wearing all dark clothing and has lighter hair. His hair, contrasting, the fact that he's got more sharp angles and his clothing's a little bit more rugged and pointy. His hair is nice and flowy with a lot of curves. So maybe he is somebody who is like a little bit more gentle at heart and, more willing to believe that he is somebody who is forced into being evil, as opposed to somebody who willingly went down that path. My, super I'm grasping at straws guess about the two of them, though, is they have the same eye color. So I'm wondering if there is some element where they believe in the same things, or, they see eye to eye on some things, but they are going about achieving those goals in totally different ways. Because I am wondering about the fact that there has to be some symbolism in the fact that the characters they set up to be foils in their color palette everywhere else have the same eye color. Couple costume, are they together? I don't think it's supposed to be a couple costume kind of thing. I think it's more of we're just setting them up to be opposites. Much harsher blue, much more saturated. Or not, I don't even know if this is blue. I might call this purple, almost, like indigo. But it's really much more highly saturated than hers were. A little sharper. They're kind of found families, but he's a bit more cynical while she's more of an optimist. That's interesting because, I guess I could see that maybe from her eye shape that she is maybe a little more optimistic. Interesting. Also, I'm so happy that they didn't shy away from the opportunity to give him dark eye makeup. I'm here for it, thank you. Even in his first iteration, they gave him dark eyeliner all the way around his eyes, unless that's an eye bag, which it very well could also be. Either ways, I'm a fan. It's good to make his eyes a little bit more focal too. I will say, in his designs at large, in this one, the focal point of his head works fantastically. The white of his hair, or I guess gray, only occurring around his head, there's no white anywhere else in his design, really makes his head focal. Same here. Despite the fact that his chest ends up being a little bit distracting, this really, indigo, icy hair that is in really sharp, flowing shapes contrasts really well against these sharper, spikier shapes of the rest of his design, makes his head really focal. Here, his heart is the focal point, but I feel like that is intentional because we're supposed to note the fact that he's undergone a change, that he is sort of maybe suffering a little bit. He has received Fafnir's heart. Not the pure blue eyes that she has. His eyes are more icy, which works for a jaded character. I would agree with that. I could see that. Also, Edna Mode if she was tall. I think they're still talking about the other character. I will say for this version of the design, however, I am going to, just so that I can see him better, I'm going to go like this, and I'm going to cover, hang on, not like that. I'm going to go like this and cover this sort of floor element he has going on, because it has a higher density of colors that don't appear elsewhere in the design. So it ends up being really distracting. There's no yellow in his design elsewhere, so having all of that yellow down here is very distracting to me visually. There's teal in the center. The really bright pink fuchsia is making this focal, but that's not part of the character. That's sort of just how they've decided to show him to us. Interesting decision, if I do say so myself. So then, having covered that, the guitar now ends up being my focal point because it's just so bright compared to everything else. It's just the largest flat color area of the design, but that's also a prop. That's not even part of his design. So usually we tend to ignore that anyway. So I'm gonna go like this and say, okay, we're gonna pretend his guitar isn't here distracting me. The head of the guitar also distracts me. Erase everything. That's going on with that stuff. I think this is... I actually don't know what this is. This might be the inside of his jacket. It is. Okay, so I have to leave that. There we go. I wish the light on his chest was the same brightness as the guitar. I don't. I mean, if we're gonna have the guitar, then maybe it would make sense if the light on his chest was flaring just as much. But if it was, then even when we remove the guitar, his chest would be more focal than his face once again, which is not something that I would like to be the case. Like this, I would say that his head is still pretty focal for the fact that he has white hair, which does frame his face pretty well. It's between, you know, dark hat, dark vest. The high saturation of his arms does make them a little bit distracting, but it is helping him to keep sort of an upper half focus in the design. Oh, hi Vinny, welcome back! Oh, Superior, thank you for following. Also, I appreciate it. But I do think that the uniqueness of his hair color is doing enough to make his face pretty well focal for me, at least. I am distracted by some elements, but his face is pretty focal. The inside of his cape being this bright is pretty distracting to me also, but I feel like it's mostly being impacted by the lighting that was happening under it. I have a feeling it's not actually this bright. I think this is just gold being cast on it because he's lit from underneath. Potentially. Maybe. This is a guess I make without actually knowing, so I'm unsure, but that is okay. So, for focal point, I can like actually start grading him probably. Focal point. It is his head, but there are elements distracting me from it. For the color palette, I don't really have any issues with it. I can see most of the edges more or less kind of okay. There's a lot happening in a very low contrast way, but that's kind of okay. In combat, you see them from above, behind when they're your team. Okay. For color, good variety of undertones. We've got magentas, we have indigos, we have blues. His skin tone is much more peachy. His hair still has like a darker blue that is less purple in undertone to it. The black does also have color undertone, which I'm happy to see. There's like teals in the black. So his color design's fine. Whoops, hang on. That'd be really scary if I graded only in grays. For silhouette, oh, we didn't test his silhouette yet. It's gonna be kind of hard because he's got too many other elements happening right now, but we can go like this. Let me hide all the stuff that isn't a part of him. Is this his guitar? Oh, it is. Okay. I feel like he doesn't have as many clear shapes in his silhouette as Brynn does. His silhouette isn't bad. His arms are nice and spiky. His hair has a big shape. His hat is adding something that would make him distinct. His shoes, I mean, we're not getting a perfect silhouette because there's all that crazy like background stuff happening, but his shoes are big and chunky, as is his cape. Okay, pirate. Yeah, he really is a pirate in his silhouette, which is so interesting. I am very intrigued as to why pirate is so prevalent in this design. I think he's identifiable, but I feel like there could be better positive and negative space handling here. In general, and once again, I think his outfit is completely symmetrical, if I'm not mistaken. Even his arms are completely symmetrical. I guess for a metalhead, that's not all that uncommon also, but once again, for a character that is so intense in the history, I feel like it would make sense if he was not as symmetrical. Maybe that's crazy of me. Yeah, he is spiky. Actually figuring out my design, hello, there's a moment in history. Historical moment happening before us here. History is being made in the shroom state. There's a couple of shrooms that when they decide concretely on a design, that is going to be a historical moment. I would agree with that. At least the guitar is asymmetrical. That's true. I do, once again, as I say with many games, I want to give the prop designer a hug. Because I always wonder, did the artist who designed Seig also design the guitar? I'd be interested to know, because this is so much more exaggerated, has so much bigger shapes. The color is used in a slightly different manner. It just makes me wonder if it was designed by the same person, but all, like, for the reason that it's well designed. It's a really cool, interesting prop. I don't know, because the guitar is so asymmetrical. Hard to find out info of artists in Chinese gacha because different social media. Yes, and then also because often the artists aren't credited in gacha games all that clearly sometimes. Sometimes you'll get the artist who drew the splash art, but that doesn't mean that that's the person who designed the character. Which is sort of just like a distinction to be made, where someone could have designed the prop, and then this is just the artist who drew the prop with the character also. We don't really have a way of knowing often. But yeah, guitar is at least asymmetrical. He is not, which is a little bit sad. But I would say his level of detail is, once again, pretty appropriate to me. I would not have fear struck into my heart at an attempt at drawing him. The zippers are real crazy. I do like the variety of shapes happening here in this design too. We've got all these spikes on his hat, big triangular collar, circles, which are like almost like, what do you call them, grommet holes? I wonder how you could ever close this. Those aren't really buttons, so they're not super functional. You know he's a metalhead if he's got the wallet chain. That's good. Love to see that. Sometimes wonder that people who have to make the 3D models hold the artist at gunpoint to not make them too asymmetrical. I bet that is potentially related to some of these games. Where, yeah, it is less work to make a character symmetrical, but it's so much work. It's worth it. It's worth it to make them asymmetrical. I promise. I swear. Please. Even if you just have like 1 or 2 asymmetrical elements, the whole thing can be overwhelmingly symmetrical. But if the hair is asymmetrical, if the hat isn't sitting symmetrically on the head, if, you know, we've like 1 or 2 accessories that aren't symmetrical, or even just the boots are folded in a way that isn't consistent, or I guess these are his pants that are sitting on top of the boots. Even if they're just sitting at different angles, that can do a lot to make a character feel just a little bit looser. Because 3D models do tend to feel pretty stiff sometimes. But no, I do understand. As a 3D modeler myself, I get it. I understand why they might want to make them symmetrical. It's okay. But I think we have a grade here. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So you do tie with Brynn. However, you have different point layout here. Yippee! Good work. With big shoelaces. I don't know if this guy needs big shoelaces. I will say, one of the things I am so far appreciating about these designs is that they are, despite being pretty exaggerated, pretty grounded at the same time. Like, this is an outfit, we were kind of teasing him about it, but this is an outfit that, other than the fact that we've got a weird combo of joggers and a ball cap with some, like, metal aesthetic, it wouldn't be unusual to see somebody wearing this in real life, maybe just with a shirt under it. It's still pretty grounded in the design, and the stuff that is exaggerated isn't that exaggerated that it feels unrealistic. These, I would imagine, aren't as difficult to cosplay as things that are way more exaggerated. Wouldn't be too hard to cosplay. I'd imagine they're still pretty custom in a way that makes it not the easiest thing, but yeah, like, they're still relatively grounded. The clothing choices they're making for the characters is still based thoroughly in reality. Like, they're just making them a little more exaggerated so they read better in this type of art style, which I commend them for. I think it works. So, good work, Seig. You're keeping up with the 8s. Next we are on Drew. His shroommates. Can you guess what mythological basis this character has? Can you guess? Can you guess? The clothing choice is still based. Did I leave a sentence there? Sorry, my brain is just a little bit foggy, also from my medication. Good thing about the designs is they're actually looked at by fashion designers. Are they really? Is there a source for that? If you have a source for that, I would love to see. Or if you know what fashion designers are looking at them, I would be intrigued to know. That is interesting. He's the cover boy of the game. Really? This is the cover boy of the game? Okay. Yeah, wonder who this could be. Boy. Man, I wonder what mythological basis this character has. I wonder what mythology this is placed in and what specific figure this is. There's the app icon. Okay. Favorite topological nightmare in Dislyte is Momo. One of the few girl furries. Her belt is actually tails tangled together that are also animated. And the 3D artist had to make it work on a phone. That actually sounds like hell. That sounds like hell to me, personally. That sounds awful. That sounds like a clipping nightmare. But also really fun and creative, as the most things are. Most things that are really fun and cool and creative and work really well in motion tend to be hell to try and make work in 3D. It's rough. But yeah, I love all of your joking guesses about Cerberus. Yeah, this is definitely Paul Bunyan. Wait. Does this game have any American folklore in it? I guess that's not mythology. But like, that would be so funny. Can you imagine Paul Bunyan as a character? They just get the power of is really strong. In a world where we have people who are literally the personification of the guy who created the universe. Can you imagine? That would be fantastic, and I'd be really here for it. I think that'd be really funny. Because it seems like not all powers here are distributed fairly or evenly. Not everyone has the same level of power. Johnny Appleseed plants a bunch of fruit trees. Yeah, here's my ability. You can do the like, isn't it the villager in Animal Crossing in Smash plants a tree and then chops it down to fall on them? That's the attack. Yeah. Do we count Aztec as Mesoamerica? Kind of. Kind of. I sort of get Mothman Esper? Lying. Thank you for clarifying, Callie. But like, that's what I'm talking about. I feel like there'd be some really goofy things that we could put in the game. I saw somebody say that Paul Bunyan was in Fate. That's also crazy. It was Rex that said that. That's wild to me. Aztec is the closest. Okay, is that the deforesting guy? Well, thankfully they could put both Paul Bunyan, deforester, and Johnny Appleseed, forester. Johnny Appleseed will clean up the disasters left by Paul Bunyan by planting trees to make up for it, maybe. Turkish mythology, except Jinns. Fresno Nightcrawler. Yeah, put the Fresno Nightcrawler in this game. Anyways, I think it's going to come as no surprise to anyone who looks at this design. This is a man with a jackal head who is wrapped up in bandages in the torso, has an ox symbol distributed all throughout the design. It will come as no surprise, probably to anyone, that this is in fact an Anubis. An Anubis, not the Anubis, this is an Anubis. Whatever that means. This fella is based on Anubis, not covering the meta version. What do you mean the meta version? This is the default version of the character design, which is usually what we end up covering first. What do you mean the meta version? Is there like a new version of him that is the meta? Or is his name the meta version? He's a shirtless 5-star. Good for him. Just a more powered up version. Okay, we can look at it real quick if you would like to, but I want to talk about the base design first, at least. Also, one of the few characters who have an alt in the form of Meta Esper, where they're fully awakened as Espers, named Meta Espers. Ah, here he just got his powers. Okay, that's funny that they're calling it Meta. That's why I feel like that's like a fourth wall break kind of thing going on there a little bit, which is funny. Just to me, maybe. Regular Espers have 25% of their powers, while Meta have 50, so they look closer. Meta's their final form. Or is it? Or are they just gonna wait another 2 to 3 years and then say, here are the ultra meta versions, which is the 75% version, and then they're gonna wait another 3 or 4 years and then say this is the uber ultra meta version of the form where they fully unlock 100% of the power and just become the deity themselves. Is this their strategy? Wait, one of the oldest mythological figures is one of the newest. I don't think that's how it goes. Knowing this company, I wouldn't put it past them. I see. Depends on how many FOMO units they want to sell. Fair. Meta version's like an alternate form, basically just a new kit and design, same character. Okay, so the character. It's Anubis. The Og staff, I will say, is neat as a design. I did guess pretty quickly that this character is nobility, if not maybe a butler. I feel like I have seen in pieces of media previously fellas who serve a noble family wearing a monocle, and I can't think of whether or not this is just... Does Alfred from Batman have that? Is that who's influencing me to think that? I swear... Does he not? There's someone who has a monocle. Oh, the Penguin in Batman has a monocle. Is the Penguin trying to be a butler, though? I feel like the Penguin was dressed as somebody who is just has a lot of money. Someone who is like a tycoon, almost. I can't quite recall. But I did guess butler. That may also be just the fact that I have looked at many a gacha character design that is, in fact, attempting to look like a butler, and they tend to depict them in this manner. You know, we've got our nice, fancy dress shoes. I'm so glad they put a little bit of time into designing his shoes. They gave him some buckles and a nice, bright-colored toe. That helps. And the fact that they have cascaded his mummy wrappings down his waist a little bit does help us out with the classic masculine formal wear situation, which is the fact that the pants usually barely has anything going on with it. Here they have nothing going on with them. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It helps him to have an upper body focus, but I do wish that they would at least consider having, like, subtle patterning or something of the like happening in the lower body to make up for the lack of interest that the pants have. But it is realistic. It is grounded for pants to not have a lot going on with them. That is how pants often are. Rip. Also, cane that's actually a sword. Very battle butler. That's true. And yeah, there is like a monocled butler as a thing. That is a trope that I've seen around before. But yeah, he looks like a gentleman. He's dressed formally. The high collar is very interesting. I'm intrigued by the stripes on it because I will say one of the first things that I do have to say about this design is that the collar is really the focal point for me. There is the highest level of detail in this design right here. We have the chain, which is small. We have this nice little detailed ankh, like, brooch. We've got all these little pieces of gold paneling under the collar. And then we have the brightest white that is in the entire design in the collar. And the collar is also striped. It's patterned directly next to big areas of purple, which, you know, the purple is used sort of sparingly throughout the design. This might be the biggest flat paint of purple as seen from the front. The inside of the jacket is probably more of it. He's a dog pet. Dogs have colorful collars. Wait, is he meant to be a pet dog? Is that what he was? Prior to being transformed, he was a pet? I thought he was a butler. Jackals don't even have that long of necks. Interesting. I don't know. Oh. Salma, no. False. Interesting guess, though. But you're right that we do tend to adorn dogs with collars that are quite decorative and maybe quite distracting. Sometimes. He's not a pet. Okay. I wouldn't put it past with these gacha games to be like, hey, this was the family pet and now he got transformed by this thing that is happening. His eyes are also interestingly not monochrome. Iris is the only slightest hint of gold. It blends in. Okay, I can't really see that happening. His eyes do seem flat purple to me. Let's see if I can see that in this. I will say, I feel like he's so washed out in 3D, unfortunately. Which is sad. Also, they didn't really follow the same proportioning scheme I feel like this is one of the not as fantastic 3D interpretations. His feet feel really small compared to how they were. The gold trim on his clothing was not necessary. I don't know. Why is the head lavender in 3D? I think he's just being affected by the lighting around him, perhaps? The pharaoh headdress thingy is like that. Like what? Wait, the headdress thing. Like what? What pharaoh headdress thing are we referencing? This 3D model's really old. That is fair. The collar. I was assuming that the stripes in his ears were sort of a reference to that. Maybe. But let me look at a pharaoh... What? Pharaoh crown? If you're talking about the one that is blue and gold striped, if you're saying that is the reason why it's striped, I could see that. But I feel like they just didn't need to make this as high contrast as it is. They could have made it the same color as his shirt is. If they made it have this more yellowy undertone instead of a cooler undertone, it would be less distracting. To me. That's my main trouble with it, is just that it's distracting for being so bright and the undertone being so much cooler than anything else. Looks a lot like the shape on the model. Ah, they bent his starched collar, the 3D modelers. I will have words with them. I was also going to slightly complain about that, but I do think that they are trying to reference how, potentially, how the pharaoh... Whoops, that's not the button I wanted to hit. Pharaoh crowns do sort of cascade over the shoulders. Maybe that was intentional for them to have done that? Maybe? Unclear. Hang on, spoiler. Whoops. Anyways. Collar, just a little too bright. It's making the neck much more focal. I do think that they could have made his eyes just a little bit larger to make them more focal. And then similarly, they do have these more magenta undertone colors throughout, and I feel like we could have leaned a little further into that for his eye color. Where's my color layer? Wow. Just to make his head pop just a little bit more, because he already has this color in his palette. But do we see a little more pink drawing me in just a little bit more? The ears are more focal than his head is, which is very interesting. Let me also put him on a lighter background because I fear that my dark background is making it harder to read him. Okay, that's fine. It's fine. Didn't do it well, though. Ah, okay. Ryuko, you may in fact have some words with them. I'll let you. Let Ryuko at him. Let me start doing a little bit of grading here, though. So, for concept, I immediately, very easily was able to digest this character. I was able to figure out exactly what's going on. Something can be said for having a character that is a little bit more subtle, perhaps. But, you know, I can't fault them when the point of the character is for the character to be Anubis. And Anubis has a really clear depiction in mythology that if they hadn't followed, it might have been strange, almost. If they only went for giving, like, a human ears, it might not have been as clear. I think making this character as on the nose and obvious as they did is fine, because it does do something interesting for silhouette. I'll get there. For focal point, it's the neck, unfortunately. Which is close to the head, but not quite. It's close enough. For his silhouette, turn off my little things here. I guess I can make the silhouette black since the background isn't now. Bam. Well, it's Anubis. He is suffering a little bit from the men's formal-wear silhouette where, man, this collar could have done something else to break away from his form a little bit more. I'm happy he's got his tiny little monocle chain that is attached to his ear, adding something to the silhouette. The ears are really saving it, though, as is the tail of his coat, which sort of is dissolving into fire. I fear that he would not be as identifiable otherwise, but it's not too bad. To be for real, the real Anubis doesn't have much silhouette either. I guess not, but you know, they still could have exaggerated some of the shapes a little bit more, maybe. Like, for me, the reason why this is still working better than this is because here we've exaggerated the shoes and made them bigger and flatter. Here they're just like a regular shoe shape and size. The bandages could have been added to the silhouette a little bit more, maybe. And we could maybe see more of the chain from the silhouette, but, you know, it's not bad. It's okay. If we were to see him from more of an angle, he'd have a more interesting silhouette from his face. And for a butler, the fact that his silhouette is completely symmetrical is fine. Butlers dress very symmetrically because that is a occupation that values, you know, order and refinement. And, you know, your clothing should all be, you know, carefully put on the body and worn in a cleanly manner because, you know, you have standards to uphold. Oh, shimmering deep design. Thank you for following. Removing his clothes was necessary. Trust. I don't trust. I never trust. I did participate in a copy pasta about that, though, for Genshin. Once upon a time, though. Made up for it by juicing up his muscles for the meta version, removing 90% of his clothes. Interesting. I fear that juicing up muscles is not a thing that is especially useful for making someone's silhouette recognizable. So many people and characters have really big bulbous muscles. Clothing is much more effective. Didn't his butt clip out of his clothes too? Really interesting. Yes, it does. Okay. hey, roommates, jingle jingle. Come back to me. Come back to me here. We're getting a little too lost in the sauce. It seems like you guys are very into this one. So, for complexity versus clarity, I think his level of detail is fine. The fact that they went for giving him like a mummified, wrapped body as opposed to a formal, you know, collared shirt, I think is neat. It's worn in the same part of the body. We're getting good overlap here. All the details he has do support us understanding the mythology and his occupation. So I would say the level of detail here's fine. And then for color palette, he is once again another permutation of that black, white, a color, a metal palette that we often see. But for me, that palette is being saved by the fact that not many characters in this game have that palette, first off. And second off, they're not afraid of playing with undertones still, where, you know, if we look at the wrappings on the body, they are yellow undertone and they get more brown and more desaturated as we move down the body. They've used my favorite thing. They've used, as you can see, that classic sweeping gradient that I love to see in gacha art. Loved it for Reverse 1999. I think they used it in... Ooh, what was it? Was it that they used it in Arknights too? I feel like one other game we looked at had it, but we know that the tips of his shoes are white, but we've pushed them back by adding a darker gradient on top of them so they're not as distracting, because if his shoes were as bright as these elements are up here, this would be incredibly distracting. So, smart decision making with the colors. I'm not bothered by this palette yet. And, you know, using purple for this character, I feel like does give him a little bit of like a magical air about him. We tend to associate purple with an otherworldly feeling. Surprised? Is purple a color associated with Anubis? Let me see. Anubis tends to wear just gold. It seems like blue is more commonly associated with him, but we already have a bunch of 2 characters already in the main 4 that wear blue that we've already looked at, so I do think that shifting to purple might be sensible. Anubis is also, I don't think, at least depicted as very muscular, usually pretty wiry, right? That's hard to say, because in the ancient Egyptian conventions of depicting the body, most people had the same body type. There really wasn't a lot of variety, at least from what I have seen, in body type in ancient Egyptian depictions. So I don't know the answer to that, perhaps. Here's a butler to a rich family, so I guess that's the nobility aspect of purple. Gets more blue and meta. Ah, okay. Interesting. Seen a lot of media use purple for Anubis-adjacent characters. Genshin did it too with Sino. That's true! I wonder. Yeah, purple, historically, yes, is used to depict royalty because purple is an expensive pigment. I'm not sure if that is a common thread in depictions of Egyptians. Egyptians tended to use blues for their royalty often. I don't know. This might make Anubis have blue skin. It seems like his hair is often blue in depictions, including historic ones. So the purple is an interesting choice to me. Yeah, I don't know. Curious. Everyone does Anubis. Is there a set? That's a good question. That is a good question. I don't have the answer to that for this game. But the color palette itself, it's not bothering me. It may have made more sense conceptually to have him be blue, but that's fine. Purple is the background of the app icon. That might just be because he's purple, though. There is? It's Sanders. Oh, okay. Interesting. We can take a quick peek at him at the end, maybe if we have time. But maybe I'd put him here. So, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Wow. This game is standing up to the new rubric really well. All of these characters so far, I would say, are relatively memorable. They're well pared down. I'm willing to agree at this point with the idea put forth to me in previous times that, man, the character designs do carry in this game. Interesting. I feel like I've seen... Yeah, okay, wait, hang on. I read that one already. At least I didn't name him Seth, the set. Is that something people are bothered by? Because I feel like we have seen that before. People naming set-based characters Seth. Sanders suffers from the same art model inconsistency as Drew. His sprite has brown fur, while his model has gray fur. Interesting. Okay, on to Q. Next, I'm going to take this opportunity to take sippy of beverage and also take bite of snack. Because that is good for my health. I have to be good at taking care of myself. Now. I do think this is another one where you will probably have a very quick guess at who the character is, the same way I did. But not quite. We have to think about what mythological bases are being drawn from for this game. Because I did guess initially, my initial guess here was that I had guessed a cherub, which maybe that's skill issue on my part.
Anubis is, I think, the son of Set and Isis, so it makes sense that they look similar.
True. I agree, Gary. Thank you for this good information. Naming Seth makes sense that that's his name. H is redundant. Fair. Sorry, Gary was possessed for a second by Mythic, maybe. I don't know why that got flagged. It's because I think somebody had to
Cough, sorry about that.
That's okay. I know what happened. Isis is both the Egyptian goddess name, but also an organization that maybe Gary should not be talking about. So we had to approve it for that context. That's what happened. And Gary tends to read messages that get approved, which is very funny. But yes, I did think that this was a cherub because I saw the ahoge and was like, halo. It's a halo. But that was before I saw this art where he's shooting a heart. I don't believe that... I don't know how often we associate cherubs with shooting people with things that are heart-related. So I was like, oh, okay, probably Cupid. But then I went down the path of having to realize that, man, it'd probably be really confusing if they put both Roman and Greek gods in this game. Because... well, they're kind of more or less the same guys, just under different names. Yeah, so Amber saying Eros, that was where I landed. I was like, I don't think they're gonna have both Greek and Roman gods or deities depicted, because that'd be confusing. Because imagine we have both, I don't know, Venus and Aphrodite? Maybe he's Hermes. Well, Hermes is depicted as having winged shoes, and we don't have winged shoes here. More specific. It is Eros. Confirmed, it is Eros. Cupid, yeah, music via headphones. Roman gods, yeah, are Greek gods. Yes, they are very similar. Don't like Eros being a small child? Because Eros is the name... Okay. However, this is the way that that deity was depicted historically. Whether we like that or not, Eros was depicted and Cupid was depicted as childlike. Because inherently, it still was considered to be, like, love is considered to be something that is pure in some capacity, and we do tend to associate young fellas with purity, which is one of the reasons why the Christians took Cupid for themselves. And we're like, cherub, yippee! Are there any Catholic deities in here? I feel like that'd be crazy. But that's just the way that this fella has been conventionally depicted. It's fine. Yeah, and the Greeks did, well, yeah, the Greeks also did things, that we may or may not like. The Greeks did not really have, age of consent the way that we do. Their societal structure was very different. Yeah, they did things in a very different way back then. So this is just following the conventions of the history of this figure. Eros is often depicted as a little guy. Yeah. His thing is he got transformed from a 20-something adult to a gremlin, and his girlfriend dumped him. Oh god. Okay, interesting. Q shrunk, but he became an Esper. His human form was taller. That's so sad. That is so sad. Anyways, let me take my sippy of beverage while we ruminate over this, I guess. Hi, sadly I speak only English, so we may need to chat in only English if I am to understand what you are saying. Sorry. I'm gonna eat my cookie also. I've had a cookie sitting here for a long time. What happens when you're under 5 foot, I guess? What? Be mistaken for a child? I don't even have to be under 5 foot for that one. I do often suffer from being misunderstood in age. Cool. Hey, roommates, take care of your health. Wow, that's a really good translation of what I just said. Hey, shroommates, please take care of your health. There we go, got it that time. I don't know if you saw my closed captions. It told me to pressure you. Take sippy of drink. Eat snack. Unshrimpify your backs. Stretch. Take care of yourselves. I'm gonna eat my cookie. To hide in the corner? I don't know what that means, Solomon. Why are you hiding? Going for the getting dumped angle? Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I don't think getting dumped has anything to do with being under 5 foot, though. That might be the fact that... Wait, I can't... It's my mother's favorite phrase. It's that correlation does not equal causation. That might just be something that is unrelated to that concept occurring. So, this fella, my guess for their occupation, once I did figure out that they are in fact Eros, was gamer. My guess for their occupation was gamer, and wait till I walk you through the reason why. My reasoning for gamer is we do tend to, in most circumstances, depict gamers as wearing hoodies. Also, there's like a bit that gamers don't wear pants. So I was like, okay, it does look like he's maybe just wearing athletic shorts underneath. And then the big old headphones. He's wearing shoes at least. So I was like, probably gamer. And a hat that says get smoked. No, that's just Persona players. That's just Persona players. I don't know if that's gamers at large. But I was like, there's no way. There's no way that's his occupation, right? You know, our main cast, we have 2 metal or just like rock stars, a butler, and a content creator. And I was right. I was, in fact, right. Yeah, a rock star, a butler, and a streamer. What a trio. What a crazy combination of characters. That's wild to me. But I did get it. Yeah, pretty much a streamer is what it seems like. So, you know, good work to them in depicting him. I do also enjoy the modernization of Cupid's bow into a funny little, like, retro-futuristic ray gun. It is very cute, and that is probably one of the stronger hints as to exactly what kind of winged creature he is. I fear that without that, I wouldn't know. His GF only dumped him because he became a little guy? Wild? Force the pun is too strong. Perfect group fit to save the world? True. Wait, what? What do you mean the pun? Though being named Q... Wait, hang on. What? What is going on? Hang on, what do you mean? Being named Q brings 007Q to mind. I don't know what that is. That's why they named him that? The pun is too strong? Can you explain to me what you guys are saying right now? I don't know if I'm following. She didn't want to be seen dating looks like a child. 007 James Bond? I've never watched a James Bond. I've never seen a James Bond. Yeah, I thought it was Q as in Cupid. That was the point. That was what I was taking it. Lost the plot already? I often do lose the plot as well. Is it maybe both? I just thought it was Q because of Cupid. It's play on words. Do all of them have play on words names? I bet they do. We'll have to figure out if I can figure all of them out. Matter for your local European, any myth that has multiple versions, one is not more correct than the other. That's fair. That's fair. Certainly, but the character in James Bond who gives him his fancy gadgets is named Q, and this character has a fancy super science gun. Ah! So they have multiple... We can have multiple layers to the meaning of the name. Q sounds like a cool gamer tag. Q would absolutely not be a valid gamer tag, however. That's one letter. That's definitely taken. Although Q-PID might be more available. Something be related, but I doubt it here. It could be. It could be, Amber. That could be something. I have no way of confirming or denying that. But it could be. Underscore, 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 Q, underscore, 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 underscore. Make it XX, or underscore XX. Yeah, there, Amber's got it. XX underscore Q XX. See, that's very good. Can't remember what his in-game Swift Space fictional social media account is named. It's called Swift Space. That's funny. Okay, so to talk about this character in general, I think we were able to identify his concept remarkably easily. Man, my exposure to VTubers and gamers really made it clear to me what his concept is. Works. His silhouette, which I think is the easiest next thing to move to. I feel like this is a pretty recognizable silhouette. First of all, the proportions aren't super common in gacha games. We don't often get a short character quite like this. Also, when we do tend to have more chibi proportioned characters, they do tend to be the girlies, from what I've noticed. I'm thinking about Genshin. I don't know if I've seen very many chibi proportioned characters outside of Genshin, especially none that are very masculine. Not that this one is all that masculine either, but, you know, this one doesn't have long hair obscuring the silhouette. They did exaggerate the hood nicely, so that adds something to the silhouette. All of the weight in the silhouette is in the upper part of it. The shoes are still chunky, but they're not super overdone. This ahoge is doing a lot. The wings in the ahoge are 100% what makes this design identifiable, just in silhouette alone. Genshin chibi models female exclusive. Why is that? Why? Why are the... I mean, I guess Genshin doesn't have very many male characters in general. Don't get many tiny guys. You guys don't get all that many guys in general nowadays either, do you? And HSR. Wasn't it that, like, there's one guy for every 4 girls in the Hoyoverse? I feel like I heard that at one point. We, like, counted once upon a time. The devs post their art. Space works in-game as a way to interact with the characters, but it also works as a way to post art of the characters in the game. Pretty sure fan art in the creators program. Oh, that is interesting. Intriguing. Yanomancer, thank you for following. I appreciate it. I've looked at Genshin since Natlan. Fair. Unfortunately, the gacha game dev meta. Also fair. Which is why I will say it seems like this game's a little more balanced from what I've seen, but I don't know if I know enough to really speak to that. But silhouette, I would say that this fella is pretty easily identifiable in silhouette. This character is, unfortunately, 100% symmetrical, other than they're a Hoge. And I am going to make a guess that this is going to be directly a result of the 3D modeling situation. This is the 3D model for this character. It is an early 3D model, I guess. Yeah, we do have new socks with hearts on them. Interesting. The shoes are totally different. It's not the same shoes really at all. Other than the fact that they are still sort of Converse inspired. We've lost the gold in the body. The headphones are scaled down. The face is kind of uncanny. The hair is, yes, also rough. And the wings are totally different. I don't know how I feel about this. It's the beta model, I'm pretty sure. Is it? Eyes are haunting. This is the only model that came up when I was finding the 3D version of this character. This is the only thing I could find for him. There might be something else, but I don't know. It does look very different from the others. It got lost in translation for sure, which is kind of sad, because this design isn't bad. The color variety here is really nice. Mostly purples in the body. He's wearing a complementary colored outfit, but then we've got all these teals clustered up around the head, which frame the pink, which only appears right in the dead center of the face where the eyes are. Plus, the shape of all these elements on his head are creating sight lines that draw us into the face. I'm gonna go like this and see, oh, big bright white thing. Whap! Bright thing. Whap! Whap! Everything is leading me back into the head. The head also, by scale, it's so exaggerated, does become more focal too. So, as far as focal point goes, I would say the head is quite focal. All of the lighter colors, other than his shoes, also are clustered in the upper body. This character could have used that gradient that I was commending Drew for having. I don't know why this fella does not have the sweeping gradient. It might be that there's a different artist involved. Maybe they weren't drawn by the same fella. But with that, I think the head would be pretty focal, thankfully. I'd be willing to give it almost full points, once again. Almost. Not completely, though. Call me Goblin, thank you for following. I appreciate it. Older models have issues. Some characters even had nonsense words on their clothes. Odd. That's quite odd. Star Maria, thank you for following too. I appreciate it. Do the wings count as part of the head? They do. I do think that, like, part of the reason why I'm not giving full points is that if I were to be in art director mode, I would say to go like this. I would go like that. And push the wings and the shoes back just a little bit. So that way they're becoming more saturated around the head and less saturated further from the head. That way the head is truly more focal. TV characters always get high scores, conspiracy. They do tend to, but you know why that is? Here, I don't think this fella's gonna score better than the others do by result of being chibi, but in Genshin, that was definitely true. And the reason is because a lot of the Genshin characters were scoring worse because they were over-designed. Meanwhile, a chibi character doesn't let you over-design it quite as much, just because there's not as much space to work with. The head is so big. So, the scale of the head automatically is making the head more focal when we're trying to have it compete with over-detailing. And they just tend to not be as detailed as possible. Or not quite as detailed. So, I don't think it's a conspiracy. There's a reason why it happens in some games. Here, I don't think it's going to be making this character score that much higher than others, though. Silhouette, once again, completely symmetrical. Cupids are also often quite symmetrical. It's fine. I just have to get used to this being the case because it's 3D. I'm gonna try and not have too many things that are gonna make it harder to model. If we're allowed to offer minor critique, you absolutely can. You guys can offer critiques. Connection points of the wings to the head are hidden and look different in each illustration. If you took time to figure out the connection points, the 3D team would thank you later down the pipeline. I mean, if I feel like that's just one of those things where they just need a standardized concept sheet for the character where they say, hey, here's a back view of the character. The wings attach in, oh, you're right, they are in different places here. The wings attach in where his ears are. The wings attach in at the nape of his neck. The wings attach in like several inches behind where the ears would be. I don't know if that's really a critique of the character so much as it is a critique of the fact that they just need to standardize or have a character sheet that includes a back view. Because here, it does look like they're completely behind his head, which could lead to some confusion, but I don't know if that's really a critique of the design itself, maybe. Hello? Did my captions give up on me? A little bit. Do have references, though they don't go as that detailed. Do they have a back view reference of them? Ref sheets with different views available for fan art. Really? Where are those? I don't think I encountered them at all when I was researching the character, so I'm surprised to hear that. Those characters past a certain point of a design sheet since they're given as reference for fan art. In combat, it's the back view. But that's of the 3D model, where this character's 3D model isn't super strong. Have them in their Discord posted in a Google Drive. Whoa! Let me in. Let me at them. Reference sheets linked in the official Discord. That's so funny. I love them for having that, and clearly they have thought of artists as being a part of the marketing of the game. That's interesting. I might have to check that out for next week when we look at the other characters to see what their 360s or like what types of media they are providing to fan artists for reference. Intriguing. Most games don't do that. So that's like a step in the right direction for them, I would say. Step in the right direction towards the garnering favor with your fan artists. AG, don't join Gacha Game Discord for making critique. It's like walking into a hornet's nest. I'll be okay. Don't worry. They can't hurt me. I'm immune. I'm a funny little fungi. If my own heart can't kill me, then I don't think anyone else can. No one will get me. Found the drive, posted it in live suggestions. Oh, thank you if you found it. Want to be sneaky? Oh wait, are you guys saying that if I join, people might attack me for critiquing the game? Is that what you mean? As opposed to me just witnessing things? Is that what you're suggesting? I don't think they would. I don't think they would attack me, would they? Are they really like a hornet's nest type of fandom? Doesn't seem like it to me at least, but intriguing. Unfortunately, people are absolutely would. Would they really? I don't know this one. Squeegee's a fungi confirmed? Yeah, we confirmed I'm a fungi. But other gacha games are. I mean, I feel like most gacha games have very dedicated, you know, fandoms around them, but I don't think I would get attacked just for showing up, right? Whoa. Oh my gosh, there's probably gonna be so many here. Oh, Meta Anubis, or Meta Drew references. Do they have one for Q? I wonder. Oh wow, okay. There's a lot of stuff here. For fan art creation only. Oh, interesting. I love that they've stamped that all over every single image. We're getting a little distracted, but I'm just curious here. Oh, I see Sander. We were talking about that character earlier. Ooh, I'm seeing some low contrast nightmares happening in here. Uh-oh. If I control F. Q. Oh, that's not gonna be very helpful because that's just gonna pull up any character who has a Q in their name. Oh, which is all it pulled up. Rip, that didn't help. We can look at that for other characters though, because I think they have Leora. I think I just scrolled past her, which is where we're going next after this one. Holly's a low contrast nightmare. We'll get there. I don't think that's who I saw that is a low contrast nightmare. We'll get there though. Oh wait, I do see Ollie. I see. Okay. Yeah, that is a little bit of a contrast thing happening there. Anyways, Q. Complexity versus clarity. I feel like your outfit is just a little bit generic. However, conceptually that almost makes sense to me because, man, if gamer outfits aren't also kind of generic when worn in real life, that is a very realistic, grounded thing for them to have done, is give him a boring content creator, like, outfit. This is like the stock standard content creator uniform. Posted the Q graph. Oh, thanks. They had one. Oh, so they do show you where the wings are coming from, kind of here. This is a totally different art style of this character. What? It's drawn completely different here. Huh. Interesting. Intriguing, even. It doesn't really change the design very much. The hair is more interestingly proportioned, but man, this guy's got a big head now. The gun getting a whole reference is good, though. Meta Drew is very borzoi. Interesting. Okay. Thank you for sending this. Let me... Whoops, hang on, spoilers. Go away, Anna. It's not your turn yet. Wait your turn. Level of detail. The level of detail makes sense for a generic gamer outfit, and this fella is a generic content creator to some capacity, it seems like, so maybe it's totally fine. Maybe it makes sense for the concept, so therefore I cannot critique it. For color palette, I would say this is an interesting color palette. We have so many colors in this palette. Most gacha games would never. Purple and yellow and teal and pink and black and more than one undertone of white. Crazy. And the fact that they're all working well together and they're not feeling overwhelming to me works. Never mind, I lied. This fella is the highest grade so far. The chibi bias may be real, unfortunately. And I'm not saying that it is my bias, it may be the rubric's bias, and it may also just be a character design bias in general. Chibi designs just tend to be easier to read. They have to pare things down. You have to be more efficient when you're designing something that is chibi. You don't have as much space to work with, so you have to pick and choose elements more specifically. It makes sense why a chibi character might have a higher score just overall. Yeah, mega simplified. All that's left is, yes, the most unique stuff, the stuff that relates back to the concept and informs the concept. We can't overwhelm everyone with colors quite as much because there's not as many different sections to the clothing because they just wouldn't fit. There's just not enough space. The silhouette is going to be more exaggerated in order for things to visually make sense with the stronger prevalence of the head in the silhouette. Like, there's a reason why this happens, and it's not because I have a preference for chibis. Which I do. I do have a preference for chibis. That's how I draw. But that's not the reason. Most disliked characters in the fandom got the highest scores. That's so funny. Sorry. But the rubric doesn't lie. This is what? 9.5 out of 10? That's... man. And then I fear some of the more well-liked characters aren't scoring as well as the base 4. Because with time comes over-designing, and with time also comes low-contrast designing for some reason, and with time also comes designs where the concept isn't as clear. We'll get there, though. So next we have Leora. So I picked these next 4 based on ones that had good contrast for being on the thumbnail. Out of the popular characters that Selma had provided me. Which, thank you! Thank you for the good, cool, kind... a very helpful list. I hear that Leora is a fan favorite. I also tend to be potentially partial to a redhead sometimes. See, Logan guessing German. I have thoughts here. So my thought initially, so I was looking at her, I was like, okay, she has her hair pulled up in a ponytail that is taking the place of plumage. She's got a really big cape on. She has an omega symbol on her chest, which is often associated with Greek gods. I think I can say with good confidence that this is probably Athena, based on a guess. This makes it even more obvious to me. Helmet plus, this is a spear she's holding, lightning, and also a shield with snakes on it. It's Athena. It's probably Athena. Helmet's so German it hurts. Interesting. Redhead immediate plus 0.5 from EG. Well, funny you say that. The red is only used in this design around her head, and it is making her head more focal, which is why I tend to like red hair. So, right off the bat, we can say that her head is pretty focal. Her eyes are blue. We don't have much blue happening in the rest of the design, and her hair is orange and pink and red, which is making her head pretty focal. There is a lot of lower body white, though. I do agree with that. But because there's so much white, it's not distracting me as much. However, I do still strongly think that she needs a sweeping gradient. Why does Anubis have one, but the others don't? I find it a little bit peculiar that one of the characters is benefiting from it where other characters aren't. Like, do you see how much more grounded she feels just from having done that? Just knock her legs back a little bit. Knock back her crazy shoes that are totally... I don't know. Leora's 3D model is very well made and recognizable for a character so early in the game's timeline. 2 floating shields are very characteristic. Okay. Interesting. I have an idea about the dripping knees, reference to a certain myth that's kind of ew. Really? Yeah, not spilled grape juice. I'm intrigued to know what that is. The other thing I was interested about this character, because she is Athena. She is based on Athena. My guess was accurate. I was wondering why she doesn't have 2 of the other most common pieces of symbolism associated with Athena, where, like, I feel like the most common associations for Athena are... What's that noise? Oh, sorry, weird noise, I got distracted. Yeah, owl? And also, isn't an olive branch a very common association from her? Owl and Nike. Yeah, I was expecting an owl to be referenced somewhere, some way, somehow here. I'm surprised they didn't make her collar feathered. I mean, her collar may be feather, but it reads as fur to me right now. This could have been a very easy, we just give her dark feathers in her collar with just a little bit of, what do you call it? The, like, striations you get in owl feathers? I feel the owl association would have been a good thing to have here, maybe? Strange that that isn't present. I feel like that's one of the clearest pieces of symbolism about her. However, me, somebody who is familiar with Athena from her depictions in art historical contexts, I didn't have any trouble identifying her, because art historically, Athena is usually depicted in a helmet, often with plumage, often with a spear, often with a shield. So if you see a girly who has that combo of 3 elements, it's probably Athena. For all intents and purposes, probably Athena. This lady is not wise. We cannot add an owl here. They need to know she has no thoughts in her head. Joking. I would be interested to know what her personality is like, because she does seem like, from her face, she seems a little bit like wide-eyed, like she may be slightly a novice. She seems very young to be dressed in military attire. Do not remember Saint Seiya Athena having many of these facets. Really? That's also interesting. You should probably put those things in your depictions of Athena in most games. I don't know what Saint Seiya's character designs look like, though. Very into shoujo manga and kind of a try-hard at being a hero. That's kind of cute for her. I kind of like the idea of Athena, who is somebody who is, you know, the personification of the pursuit of knowledge often, being somebody who is trying really, really hard to be a hero. I kind of like that for her in some way. Reckless and heroic. Okay, Athena coated. Yeah, I could see that. I could see that making sense. So, I was picking up on those elements pretty well. Identified her occupation. She is dressed in a way that is military. She does have a sort of German hat going on. All the tassels tend to be things we associate with the military. I don't know what these things are called, but it's the part on the shoulder of military-style jackets that buttons over. Theoretically, I believe their original use case was to hold a backpack strap onto your back properly. Is this still technically an epaulette? I thought the epaulette was the ones that are like... this. Does this still count as an epaulette when it's the flap that goes like this and then buttons to hold a backpack? Not really an epaulette, okay. I didn't think it was, mayhaps, but I could be wrong. It's happened many times before. But it's that. It's that thing, the thing that is used to hold a backpack on, which is pretty typical for military garb. So, military, in the way that she is dressed, I'm going to guess that she is in some way involved in some military, somewhere, somehow. Overcoat shoulder strap. Yeah, that might be a good word for it. Also, I was intrigued by her bracelet. I think she's wearing a snake bracelet, Athena, and she has snake eyes, too. If we look, she's got slit pupils, which is just interesting little details for her. Intriguing. She's designed as part of a set with her sister Elaine, I feel. Oh, no! So I don't have Elaine pulled for today, but maybe we can look at Elaine next week, then. Her spear and shield's also snakes. Good. They are symbols associated with her, so that makes sense. For an Athena character. Nyla from Genshin only appeared in your tier list stream, only went into thumbs up tier with no proper grading. Fair. I don't remember who we actually graded or not in Genshin anymore. It's been a while. But for her, conceptually, I think I'm getting it. Her pattern distribution to me is a little bit strange. If I may be so bold as to make a suggestion, why is their pattern right here? What is that? What's happening there? We don't need that. This reminds me of the... What was his name? Was his name Scar? That guy from ZZZ who had what you guys referred to as an onigiri happening in their lower body? Strange. Don't need that. That's just odd. Peculiar. I don't think we'd put pattern right there between the legs. Oh, is that Wuwa? I couldn't remember where he was from. That guy. That part got covered up in the Chinese client. They changed a lot of the models in there. Interesting. Hang on, wait. I want to see her in the Chinese client. Did they cover it? Sprite. Oh, they did! Oh, see? Often I feel like what they were doing for the Chinese version of the game was unnecessary. Like, some of it was barely changing anything. For Brynn, it was just making her shirt not show her cleavage. But here, I feel like this is a reasonable change to have made. They even got rid of the patterning on her stomach there, which honestly, I don't mind them having done that either, because it is still a weird spot to have pattern. They dehorsed the centaur. I don't know about that one. I don't know about dehorsing a centaur. I don't think I'm a fan of that as a change. But here, why do we need that? It's making us look somewhere other than her face. Don't point arrows between the legs, people. It's not a good move. Him with the zipper. Yeah, okay, I did remember the right character. Daniel made me cry. They de-animalized all the kimono Mimi. Why? That's peculiar. Okay. I can't imagine why that would take place. Is it one of those things where people too closely associate animal-inspired designs with being sexualized? Strange censorship laws? I guess. Loki's horns. Odd. Okay. I will not claim to understand censorship laws from countries other than the one I live in, and I wouldn't even claim to understand what goes on here half the time with stuff like that, so who knows. Anyways, weird distracting thing happening there. Where was I? I got distracted. I got lost. So, I'll start grading her. Focal point. They're doing a lot of good things to make it her face, but her legs are just so bright. I can't give her full points for a focal point, which makes me cry just a little bit. For her concept, she is pretty clearly Athena, to me. I am annoyed enough by the fact that we didn't go for owl feathers, or just feathers in general, for her collar, that I will not give her full points. I feel like that's a pretty obvious move they could have made to further her symbolism. That's fine, I guess. Chang-E Esper doesn't have rabbit ears? Really? Okay. It's strange. Okay. Then for her color palette. She has a good variety of color undertones. Her black tones have blue and purple undertones to them, which makes them visually interesting. The white areas also have a little bit of a blue undertone to them, so they're not just a flat white, which is decent. What is the deal with the shoes? What is the deal with the shoes? Her outfit seems to be grounded in some amount of historical fashion. She's wearing a very royal looking cape with these big tassels and gold trims and all of that. She's wearing a vest. She is wearing some interesting straps on her clothing, and this vest is almost becoming a corset in some way. I'm not sure I fully understand her sleeves, but they are skin tight, and I can't tell if they're armored or if that's just a pattern. Her knees are dripping, which somebody said is related to a myth potentially, so maybe that's fine. But what is going on with the shoes? What is happening? We could have gone for like a military style boot and like a sleek style of boot, maybe? Because her silhouette is strong enough that I don't think we need to be doing something large and exaggerated with her shoes. Give me 1 second just to do a little... Bam. Like, I would say her silhouette is pretty strong in and of itself. Her hair has good positive negative space. She's got a big, strong, triangular shape in her silhouette that adds some weight. From the cape, the fur is interesting. Her little shoulder backpack holding strap thingamabobs add some positive negative space. All of these tassels are very clear. Yeah, her clothes look like satin or some other luxury cloth. Yes, so her clothing, to me, appears to be luxurious. It's well designed, but it doesn't seem like the kind of thing you'd want to wear into a battle, maybe. She feels to me like a colonel who doesn't enter the fray in the clothing design. She's too ornate. A lot of these tassels would get in the way if you're trying to fight. But then her shoes are really practical, but very much in a different stylization. Like, if we were to guess time period for her, the shoes definitely change it a lot. Big shoes are a Dislyte thing, similar to the pizza feet problem in early League. Okay. Googled, Chinese laws don't allow animal features because animals are used to make fun of politicians. Oh. Some animals are prohibited because of relation to New Year. Interesting. But we've seen other games that don't receive this kind of censorship, though. Because weren't there characters with animal features in... Oh, wait, that might have been... Hang on. I don't remember where... Where's Arknights from? Was Arknights a Korean game? I can't remember now. But I swear we've seen other characters that are from Chinese games that have animal features, which is interesting. I don't know. Verse has deer centaurs and stuff. I can't remember where all the games are from, just because my brain has had so many things in it. Arknights is from China. Okay, but they have characters that have animal ears, so why do they get away with it? Is it why Genshin has a lot of fake animal ears, like Kikuin? I don't know. Wuwa straight up has draconic features and goat horns. Is this game maybe disproportionately being affected by censorship? Interesting. Anyways, continuing. Her silhouette is good. I don't think we needed the shoes. I may even... Like, I feel like it's rude to do it, but the shoes tonally are so strange compared to the rest of the concept that they're taking me out of it a little bit. They are ungrounding her. Just visually, they're so odd with the rest of the design. They don't have very much unity with it. And they're bugging me because they are distracting. They're unique for it. They have orange on them. We don't have orange anywhere else. These browns that are kind of like gold but feel like mud aren't really showing up anywhere else. And these super squared off shapes aren't really elsewhere as much either. Strange, peculiar. I don't know how I feel about that. But her silhouette is fine. I'd say she is recognizable. Her hair is doing a lot for that, as are the tassels. Most of these characters, I think, are going to fully pass on silhouette, unless I'm annoyed by their symmetry. For color palette, her color is interesting. I don't really take any issues with it. I'm not having any clarity trouble. I can read the edges of objects against each other pretty well. Once again, I think the fact that they have not gone for super duper uber pale skin tones is a strength, where we can have white be a color that is worn for clothing while not dissolving into the skin. And similarly, it does add like a nice peach undertone in the face that we don't usually see elsewhere in the designs, which further can make the face focal. So that is helping. For complexity versus clarity, I do think they could remove some of the pattern work. I'm not sure it's all necessary. It's a little bit distracting to me, but that might be picky. Like, I feel like we don't need this to be patterned, and this to be patterned, and this to be patterned, and for all of them to be different patterns too. This patterning, I think, is that's just texture they've added. That's not actual patterns on the clothing, and I don't think this is actual patterning either. It's just rendering. But I do feel like they've overdone a little bit of the pattern for this. It's not too bad. Whoops, hang on, that's not green. Not perfect. It's not bad. Wouldn't fit completely, but I feel like even low heels would be better if the Air Force Ones she has on right now. That's what I'm thinking. Like, if she had a boot that was more similar to, like, his style of boot, that'd be fine. We could do, like, I don't know. I just feel like there's other boots that would work better. I almost said, like, I don't want to give her, like, an American style boot, but we've talked about the very sleek, what are they, Desert Storm style boots, which are the tan ones that sort of are close to the ankle. They feel still tactical, but they're not as exaggerated and chunky and kind of goofy and futuristic and streetwear-y as these ones are. But anyways, I think we have a grade. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7.5. Ooh, girl, I'm sorry. You have the lowest grade so far, I think. What did I give you in the thumbnail? I think I gave her an 8 on the thumbnail, but I can't remember. To be fair, Dislyte is all about streetwear most of the time. Well, if they wanted her to be about streetwear, they should have incorporated it into more of the rest of her design. That should have been elsewhere, not just in her shoes, if that's what their intent is. Guys, the most military esper overall. Interesting. Thumbnail's a 9 out of 10. Whoops! Okay, well, my prior guess was not maybe as accurate as I may have liked. We're making good time, though, today. I'm proud of myself, despite not feeling at my 100%. We're still moving at like 100% type speed. Which is maybe, once again, me benefiting from slowing down. EG slowing down somehow equals EG going faster. More focused. Wait, the redhead buff is no longer true. Oh, but the redhead buff hasn't always been true. Selma, you should remember better than any. Himiko. Himiko did not get the redhead buff. At all. What is his name from Genshin? Also Diluc? Also did not get the redhead buff. I've been betrayed. If you have a redheaded character and somehow their head is not the focal point, you have done something wrong. Incredibly so. What can you do? To be for real, that buff is only for VTubers because video game character redheads are just passing grade. Yeah, that does seem to be the case, unfortunately. Like, I would say that, like, Axel from Kingdom Hearts does get the redhead buff, and you're right, Argenti did get the redhead buff. But I fear that most other characters did not. Himiko got the curtain dress debuff. Himiko got the angers Ririko on a spiritual level about clothing drapery debuff. I was like, I cannot, in good faith, give you many points based on the fact that your clothing is driving somebody who understands clothing. So crazy. Less thoughts in head equals faster work. That's, you know, maybe true. I'm being more concise. I will say I did also get to do a little bit more prep for this one than I often did. I got to do some thinking and some research for these characters that I didn't really get to do before for other series quite to this extent. And that's because I picked that we were doing this series next, so I had more time to figure it out. Does Cecilia Fire Emblem get the buff? I don't know Cecilia Fire Emblem well enough, but I would say Anna Fire Emblem probably gets the buff a little bit. So much so that she is one of the characters that for some reason escapes her original game and goes into other games. So maybe. Anyways, though, next character is Chu Yao, whose name, if I am saying wrong, you are welcome to correct me about. Now, this is one of those cases where, for me, this is probably a skill issue situation, but I did accurately guess that he is from Chinese mythology, based on A, fashion. The style of his pants was pushing me in that direction. B, my second clue was the orbs that he has floating around him here. And the reference point that I used to derive that he is inspired by something maybe Chinese is a journey, to say the least, just in sentence. But I was like, hey, balls that have dots inside of them. That's a thing that I've seen in Dragon Ball. And Dragon Ball takes inspiration from, what is it? Journey to the West? So, I was like, okay, Journey to the West inspiration maybe? Does anyone know what these are? Journey to the West? Are you guys not aware of that? The fact that Dragon Balls, yeah, is inspired by Journey to the West. It is. So this is not Sun Wukong. We're actually gonna look at Sun Wukong next, who I immediately looked at and was like, this is obviously Sun Wukong. No, your confusion caused our confusion. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to confuse all of you. But I was thinking in that direction about this character at first, because I was like, okay, floating orbs, balls, I see, okay. The other things that are clearly depicted in this character that are intending for or at least seem to be visually important to us as a viewer. We are having two-toned hair, white and black. We've got really, really long earrings. So for a second I was like, okay, we're probably somewhere, either, if it was Buddhist, his earlobes would probably be stretched, but they're not, so I'm gonna guess maybe Taoism? Question mark. And then he's this giant void in his chest with a glowing orb inside of it. And his things happening on his arms are sleeves, and they seem to have a fur style depicted inside of them that, to me, is similar to the way that the fur of dragon dancers are. So it's like, okay, I'm placing this in the Chinese mythology somewhere. But that's all the further I got, unfortunately, because I just don't have that much understanding of, like, Taoist figures and stuff like that. Know about the Neza movie this year? There's a Tai in that movie. Interesting. So I did, upon some Googling, find out that this fella is, Tai, which, as we see, Rexa said a Tai. Tai seems to refer to a plethora of things, potentially. There is a real person who was given that title at one point in time. But Tai seems to be a concept based around somebody being sort of a creator god in some capacity. Emperor of the heavens, symbol of the creation of the universe, manipulator of good and bad fortune. And there are creation myths in relation to Tai, but it seems that Tai is not just referring to a single figure and can refer to multiple different people, which does make things a little bit challenging when you are trying to depict a character who is based on that. And also, all of the depictions I was seeing of people who were referred to as Tai sort of draw from, like, historic elements that are usually used to convey status and respect about someone. So usually fellas who were depicted as Tai have long hair and beards and things like that, long robes, because those are things that are associated with status and wisdom and respect. So trying to create a character similar to Siegfried, whose historic depiction is really not as specific, but has a couple key points, despite the fact that we are going to set him at being an age that is not associated with the historic depiction of that character, does make it kind of tough. Repeat a page of the deity he's based upon. Dongwang Tai. That, I think, is one of the ones that I had looked at when I was Googling him, I believe. Let's see, is that it? Deity or concept associated with the North Star. Highest deity. Okay. Symbol of the Tao. Origin of the universe. Worship is official belief. Ranked okay. God of the North Star. This is now Polaris. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Manipulates good and bad fortune. Master of wind and rain, water and drought, war and revolution, famine and plague. Interesting. Okay. My bad. It's also Tai Sheng Shui. Oh boy. Okay. But see, that is where we're getting a little bit complicated here, is that if it is more than one Tai that we're referencing, that's going to become something harder to depict visually, maybe. Let me see this also. Great one who gave birth to water. Creation myth. Okay, so I think I did read both of these before. So, looked at their character. If their sleeves are so complex that it colors different parts to explain it. Oh god, okay. Might be wrong, but I think a bunch of the Shadow Decree characters are the opposite of what they generally represent. Is that the MMA champion belt around his arms? Not quite. Maybe not quite. Chu Yao does have a bit of a god complex. The supreme deity fits him. Okay. Interesting. For some reason I thought this game was made by a Western dev. Nope. So, it is hard for me, as somebody who is not familiar extensively with this mythology, to grade whether or not he is succeeding at depicting this deity very well. I mean, I'm getting hints at the right mythology. If I'm looking for elements that would represent a creation myth, I unfortunately am also going to be suffering from the bias of creation myths that I have read, and I have not read his particular creation myth. He gave birth to water. His colors and his shapes aren't especially giving me that idea. The ones in his chest are a little bit water-like, with the way they're sort of flowing and overlapping. And he does have at least a magical element to him. But I fear this may be a character whose concept I do not have the proper credentials to grade. And I feel bad saying that. I think this is the first time this has ever been the case. But it's just that my skill issue is that I would probably need to read the creation myth that he is based on in order to have a better idea of him. He developed yin and yang, which I'm not sure I'm fully seeing in the design either. I mean, he has a lot of light colors depicted in his clothing and then dark colors in his sleeves. His hair is two-tone, so I guess we are doing a little bit of duality. We keep trying to artistic analysis my way through this, visual analysis this, to see if I can find something that helps me pinpoint that. The long earrings do provide a nice asymmetrical moment, which I'm a fan of. His summoning animation has him appearing from a cosmic egg thing. That's interesting. Yeah, he is reading as more fire than water to me. I will say that his color palette is at least something that I could relate to the cosmos. We do tend to associate purples and indigos and blues with the cosmos, so if he is related to the universe, I could see that being the case. Could make sense of that. I'm not familiar with Chinese depictions of Polaris. The North Star. But I'm wondering if there might be symbolism of that coming in here. It's personified in a couple of ways. Google is not really providing me much helpful there. The eye thing reminds me more of an evil eye. It does remind me a little bit of an evil eye as well, which is interesting. You've just seen the 3D model. The sleeves are very heavy, so the MMA champion belt analogy is accurate. That's fun. Here. Okay. As a character, he's a shaman and specializes in curses. He's got the cult leader charisma because his curses only work if people believe they do. Interesting. That's an interesting angle for a god for their powers to work. I mean, I could see that he does seem to be, at least in some way, a bit of a stoic looking character. He's really stiff in this particular illustration. I prefer this illustration for looking at him as a character. His eyes are really light, which almost feels a little bit soulless. Very beige with purple stuck on. I don't know how to phrase it. He is, but maybe that is part of the duality they're trying to depict, yin and yang, where he is really bright and light and flat. Meanwhile, his sleeves and the darkness that surrounds him has more saturation. We often see that in depictions of yin and yang, making them just very high contrast in juxtaposition to each other. Can't even find any Dongwang Taiyi historical art, only modern art. Oh, okay. Not especially helpful. Metal pins make the belt a little punky. That is an interesting thing happening here, yeah, is that he does have a little bit of a punk angle. Also with his, what are those? What do you call them? Bridge piercings on his nose and his lip piercing. He does have a little bit of a punk angle going on, just a little bit. Metal collar. But like, this is one of the ones where I feel bad that I have become personally stumped on it. It's probably partially skill issue, but I would warrant that there may be a clearer way to depict some of the angles of those myths. If he's the creator of water, there could be more water-like shapes opposed to fire. Blends punk and shaman priest elements. I do see the fur. I was originally seeing it as sort of the way that like a lion dog's fur is depicted, where it's usually these like chunky paper-like pieces, but I could see this as being referential to like a talisman of some sort, which might make sense for a shaman maybe, although I might accidentally be drawing from Japanese shaman Oh no. Oh no. Are shamans often depicted as shirtless? I guess wide pants are not something that would be uncommon to see on someone who's a shaman, maybe. It's a mask that only appears on his character menu. Interesting. Not really? Okay. Intriguing. I fear that I may not be able to give him a fair grade for concept because I am not getting it, but that is not necessarily the fault of the design. I'm gonna put it in the center because people who are more familiar with the mythology may understand it better than I do. Oh. Whoa. This model is very different. The pants, his skin tone is so much peachier. His sleeves are really big and chunky. He's got really chunky shoes, which I didn't notice. Big bows are interesting. Okay. Huh. Every character seems a mixture of modern and traditional. We did notice that, yeah. Maybe some tattoos or body paint. Not familiar with the mythology enough, though. Yeah, I don't know. Pictures of the God is another game character from Honor of Kings. Oh no, that's what happened when I googled. I was looking for depictions of Siegfried, and most of the photos that came up were him in like Fate or him in I think he's in Limbus Company. Like it was all depictions in other games, and I was like, no, give me historical depictions so that I'll know what I'm looking for. But that's okay. I will leave it in the middle of the road. I think that they're doing some correct things to make him appear like somebody who is stoic and maybe has an amount of power that would allow him to be in charge of other people. His eyes are a little bit empty, which I feel like would relate, maybe. We can talk about other angles of his design now, though, which might include color design. So, the color design for him is interesting to me. Oh wait, does he have totally different shoes? I think he has totally different shoes in-game. Oh, they're just really chunky. They're just much chunkier, okay. Other elements that are going on here. For color design, his pants and his hair feel very washed out to me right now. They're desaturated and their level of contrast is very low. The fact that we have such a wide variety of value in the jacket, where this is a really bright point, this is a really dark point, yet the pants don't have nearly as strong of a value transition. It makes them feel very flat. Same deal with the hair, which is a little bit strange. But that might be picky of me. However, purple plus green plus a little bit of magenta is still a nice color palette nonetheless. I just wouldn't give him full points, unfortunately. For color palette, I'd probably put it like here. Those elements take up too much space for how washed out they are for me to grade him any higher, unfortunately. Shaman curse. Feather and belt pin on his face to make a show or stars? Huh? I'm not sure I'm reading what you've commented properly. For focal point, his chest is entirely the focal point for me. The green really only showing up in this area of the design. The really dark black hole of his chest against his lighter skin tone, the higher detail happening in this area from all the little blue bits of the waves, and the magenta of this eye, or whatever this is, orb, is very distracting. It is at least something that seems like it is important to his concept, so I wouldn't take off full points, but his head really isn't a part of this fight at all, because his sleeves, by being so much higher in contrast, are probably the secondary focal point. They're really saturated, and how desaturated and sort of washed out and low in contrast from shading his pants and his hair are, it's really causing other elements to not have much of a fighting chance here, unfortunately. They have done one of the things I always recommend, which is have a eye color that isn't apparent elsewhere in the design, or isn't appearing elsewhere in the design, which is fine. That does help, but the fact that the value of the eye color isn't that different from the value of the skin tone, it's actually the exact same value despite being different in hue, is making the eyes not fight for the focus as much as they could. If I were to slurp up all of his saturation, we see how mid-tone heavy he is in his body? I might need to be harsher with the color grading than I am, but like his focal point is definitely his chest. Chest rub is very interesting, but never addressed as a story element. Reddit is the same cosmic egg thing he pops out of during his intro. In game, you can see the chest hole extends to his back. He has green laces to tie a hole in the back. Interesting. Okay. So, focal point. His face is really not doing anything to compete, unfortunately, as a focal point. His chest is the primary focal point. His, like, sleeves, the secondary focal point. There's just not enough contrast happening. It's not fantastic. If the chest hole was important to his lore, I'd give him more points, but if it's never addressed as a story element, then I can't give him those points, unfortunately. For his silhouette, hide this. Bam. Okay, he's white so we can see it. I would think his earrings would make his silhouette stronger. I do think his pose here is not conveying to us the strength of his sleeves and silhouette, because that image that I was sent from in-game, if his arms weren't completely flat to his sides, his silhouette would probably be pretty distinct. From the tassels, from the trim of these really squared off pieces of fabric around the end of his sleeve. Seeing him at the front where we're getting more of the positive negative space around the earrings, which are asymmetrical, also helps. I feel like this isn't doing his silhouette justice, but he does have a lot of weight in his silhouette at least. He's very bottom heavy. His weight is very low, where some of the characters have more of their weight up here in silhouette. I would say he's relatively discernible in silhouette alone. He also has some asymmetry in his silhouette from his earrings, but that's about it. For a god who is based in creation, I feel like symmetry is not an unusual thing to connect to a character of that type. Also, maybe I'll put him here for silhouette. And then complexity versus clarity. I think his level of detail is fine, but hearing that they have to have a color-based breakdown in order to understand his sleeves and how they work may just mean that his sleeves are just a little bit strange in the way that they're constructed. Whoa, for the layering. Oh my gosh, this is crazy. Hang on. Thank you for sending the reference sheet for him for fan artists. I think this does a much better job at conveying potentially the strength of his silhouette. This is crazy for silhouette. I wish he had this on all the time. When he's got other sleeves under his sleeves, look at this insanity. I mean, technically, formal wear does tend to have a lot of layering, and more layers do tend to convey status, which may be in keeping with someone being a god. So I can make sense of that, but it is interesting to me that they have provided this to people who may be wanting to draw him, because I can imagine it would be overwhelming trying to figure out how this works just by looking at it, potentially. Looks like a Rakshasha mask? I am not familiar with that phrase, but that is... It's a good mask. It's got good silhouette. The eyes make it much more focal. This looks like grain coming out of the sides of it, which might be something that relates to a creation myth type of creature. But the gold only being in this part of the design does help to make that head more focal compared to the chest. Also, the much higher contrast is helping. Here I can also see that he's supposed to have a green undertone to his hair compared to his gray undertone pants, which I fear is just not as clear in this illustration. I can see it a little bit. It seems like they've refined his design over time in these ones. But I think as far as grading goes, let me come here. Complexity versus clarity. His sleeves, for what it's worth, and all the layering, is fine. It's fine. I'd say level of detail's okay. I wish he had the mask on all the time, though. I feel like that makes his design much stronger. It's okay, though. Hi, Squiiji. Hope your day's going good. Thank you. I hope yours is, too. I appreciate it. Stretch time, you're right. I'll have a little snack, too. Don't worry. Is there any preference of characters for next round? From me, personally, I don't tend to pick them. I may pick, like, a couple that I am interested in, but I usually, for round 2, end up mostly picking the characters people want me to look at. Not sure though. You that. I'm safe. But you didn't know I could drink water with my mouth closed. Because I can. I'm almighty powerful EG. I don't need to open my mouth to drink water. I'm like a mushroom. I can slurp it up from the mycelium that is what I have instead of having feet, because I don't have feet. Look at this nice spread here. Diagonal, diagonal. Realize we don't have any of the full animal characters, so I'll add some more of them just as a few more to pick. Thank you, Selma! I appreciate it! With the mask on, he can't riz the player. I mean, he can take it off sometimes, but the design is just cooler for having it on. Is the statement I'm making here. What's his grade, though? I fear he's gonna be really different from his grade on the thumbnail also. Let's see. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 out of 10? I mean, he's still gets a passing grade. But I feel like he needs more work than anyone else we've looked at. I don't think anyone has scored a 6 yet. Still above average, for sure. But I think this character could use a little bit of work still, in some capacity. And he may also be a point lower than he deserves just because I'm not understanding. It's part of the concept. See him as a prime Tumblr sexy man material? Really? Do numbers of Dislyte was less niche? Hey, do you know what that means? That means you should make fan art of him and put it on Tumblr. That is what grows the cultural consciousness about any type of media. You can make this less small as a fandom, make it less niche if you participate in it extensively. If you talk it up at large somewhere. If you make people want to participate in it and play it. However, I do still fear that people have talked about the story not being fantastic, and I still have yet to hear people talk about that being remedied, unfortunately. Oh, Mango Bun Bun, thank you for following. The green feather was another color. Maybe he'd be better. Yeah, it'd be less distracting. You just need one cool character, then boom. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Sometimes, and you don't even necessarily need one cool character. Sometimes you just need one artist who really is invested into a character or to a couple of characters. Especially if they are somebody who already has a little bit of a following. The best thing you can probably do is get your favorite fan artist who plays other gacha games into the gacha game you like somehow. Don't pester them, but like, if you commission them to make artwork of the character, that could be a way of getting interest, stuff like that, maybe. Community on Tumblr? I would imagine so. Good for them. I'm glad they have somewhat of a community somewhere. So this one, another design where I'm gonna ask you, hey, Shrewmates, who is this? What mythological deity is it? I should have hidden this one first. Nope, wait, not that one. This one, because that one made it really obvious who this is. Tumblr contributions to Dislyte have been mostly memery. Hey, memes are also really good for getting people into a fandom also. You cannot understate the power of memes to get people involved in something. Jubby is interested in Uma Musume only because of gold chip memes. It can work really well sometimes. Yeah, Sun Wukong, John Journey to the West, the monkey boy himself. It's him. This was a really obvious one. You give me a guy with orbs and any kind of staff, yeah, his pillar, and I'm gonna be like, alright, it's Sun Wukong. The fact that they used the conventional color palette for Sun Wukong also does help. I feel like I'm used to him having more golden hair or like more orangey hair. But you know me, I won't complain about somebody having a redhead situation. I won't complain about redheads existing. Never. I would never. Couldn't be me. Apparently there were complaints over the Sun Wukong character being a woman, so they changed her to a man for release? Really interesting. I had not heard about that. I wonder if there is something about certain deities being depicted in certain genders that maybe people may not take kindly to if they were swapped in some way. Because from what I did see, you know, Anubis is usually masculine, makes sense. Siegfried, usually depicted as a lad. Valkyries, usually girlies. Athena, typically a girly unless we're talking about the VTuber the VTuber group Mythos. But they invert everyone, so it's fair. This character, usually a lad. Sun Wukong, also usually a lad. I mean, Odin is a lassie in this game. Oh, really? Okay. She seems to be a combo breaker here, at least as far as what I have seen. Really don't have male characters with female deities here. Interesting. Intriguing. There's like 2. Okay. I see. Because I do feel like generally people are somewhat attached to deities being the gender that they are often historically depicted as. As often, you know, at least from my recollection of being in art history classes, the girlies were really attached to a lot of the female deities. People headcanon him as trans. Does that make him canonically trans? I don't know. Only if Samus is canonically trans would this qualify as being canonically trans. I think that, depending on, I think that's too meta of a decision to make, because the character themselves isn't. That's drawing from our understanding of the world outside the game, and the fact that the character is redesigned. Anyways, obviously this is Sun Wukong. Wait, Samus is canonically trans? No, she's not. But Samus was not always depicted as a woman. So that's why I'm saying that. Doesn't have the control headband. In my notes, let me screenshot for you my notes here. My notes. Just the note that I had made about this character was, no crown elements? Give my guy a headband or something. Flying on a cloud when summoned. Okay, that seems consistent with the depictions of Sun Wukong. Also was gonna guess that his long hair and orange rope are maybe meant to mimic the 2 feathers he has on his crown. What are those feathers that he often has on his crown when you see depictions of Sun Wukong? In my lack of knowledge, I thought they were pheasant feathers for a second. Even crashes and cracks the screen in this menu. Oh, we love a klutz. Models in live. Thank you, Selma. No, because that was my first thought when I saw him back in 2022. I thought monkey tail. Maybe it could be something like that also, but I am surprised that once again this is another character where we're missing some of the typical pieces of what we associate with what a character looks like. Like, would it have been too terrible to be like, alright, we're going for something modern? What if he just has just like a funny little headband he's wearing? Or something, and make it just like a little bit ornate, have it disappear into his hair, and have it reference those elements. Maybe modern depictions don't have the feathers, but the control headband is always there. Ah, give him the headband. If you want to modernize it, don't make him wear it on his forehead, make him wear it in his hair. I feel like that would have been... wouldn't it make sense? Only has a gold circlet when he's under Tripitaka's command. I've seen you on YouTube. Hi! Thank you for stopping by on Twitch. Wait, Samus was always a woman, right? No, not exactly. It's complicated, is what I'll say. Under the monk's command. Okay, so I guess he doesn't need to have it then if he is not under their control. I am just used to him being depicted that way. And it might relate to how he's depicted in story in this game, maybe? Maybe this is meant to also be a tail. Or maybe his braid is meant to be a tail. One of these things, perhaps. Or both, even. For him, I did complain about the shoes for our Athena girly, Leora. However, for this gentleman, the shoes don't bug me as much, and I'll tell you why. It's because his clothing, while referential of robes, he's wearing modern belts. The shape of his sleeves is more modern. The layering of his collars is more modern. The big chunky shapes of his jacket make the chunky shapes of his shoes feel more unified with the design. Whereas for Leora, these chunky shapes didn't make any sense to me, and they're using a different design philosophy than the rest of her design is. Let me close some of these canvases I have open because I don't need them any longer. Goodbye! Farewell! Don't need you. I should also close some of these, probably. Very nice guy protagonist, probably why he's been the main character for multiple story events. Even outshining the actual new characters the event was for. Interesting. Intriguing. Okay. He does seem like a typical shonen protagonist to me in the way that he is designed. He's got classic spiky hair. He's got the classic big eyebrow shape. Does he have cheek piercings? That's interesting. But he's got like that shonen appeal to him, I will say. He reminds me of... Oh, what is his name? The Dane from Final Fantasy 9? God, my memory is terrible right now. The brain fog is destroying me. Who is also a character who has monkey aspects. But the long braid seems to be a common depiction of monkey-adjacent characters with spiky hair, but he is giving me protagonist energy as a result of that. Also BFFs with the other Shogun protagonist energy character, Li Ling. Interesting. Well, what a cool model design. I like it. Oh, thanks. I appreciate it. I made it myself. I am a 3D model. Also, Chibi Kami Goose, thank you for following. What a name. Does he have 4 sleeves? He does. He does have 4 sleeves behind his body. Is there some significance to him having 4 sleeves? Is that typical in depictions of Wukong? Hi, blue Squiiji. What do you mean blue Squiiji? I guess I am more blue than usual. I'm blue instead of orange. No. His giant multi-armed form. Oh, is that what that's referencing to maybe then? Most of my Sun Wukongs I'm seeing are full monkey head version when I'm looking at references for him. But I guess that could make sense. Maybe it's where he gets cold. Yeah, you can wear double the sleeves. Sleeves for his tails, 2 tails? I don't think so. I think somebody who had said that his giant multi-armed form, maybe we are just providing sleeves for when he does have more arms in those other forms? Potentially? Don't know. Hoot Toon, thank you for following. I appreciate it. That is an interesting design choice. I'd love to know how those are attached. Let me grab the 3D model. Whoa. Oh, the texture. I fear this is not one of the stronger 3D models to me. He feels quite stiff. Man, that is an interesting texture also. It makes it feel like he's wearing a raincoat. And this does not clarify where those elements are attached. Interesting. Face looks like a different person. Yeah, he isn't giving me quite the same vibes here. Also, keeping the orbs closer to his head is not doing as much for silhouette, unfortunately. I fear the 3D models aren't as great. Tricks his sleeves, but there's nothing coming out of them. Yeah, no, he doesn't have arms coming out of them. Okay. So, once again, 2D art does seem to be stronger than the 3D, unfortunately, here. Change much to the Tang Mei iteration other than longer pants covered the shoulders. Oh yeah, he did have a pious red version, which has a very different vibe to it. I guess that's maybe a skin for him. But, okay, from just what we see from this version of the design, silhouette. I am unsure whether or not we should count the floating orbs or staff towards his silhouette. Historically, I would say no. Historically, I would say maybe not. Don't know. Maybe not. Maybe they don't count. But without them, the extra sleeves are really crazy. The long hair and the one cord coming off of the belt. The hair shape is decent. The shoes are nice and big and chunky. His sleeves provide big, strong shapes. I feel like he's pretty recognizable. What if they should have stuck it with 2D sprites? I feel similarly, where I wonder if they would have gone the route of Limbus Company or the route of Reverse 1999, where they have chibi sprites that are animated, or yeah, live 2D, if that might have been stronger. But also I feel like it may have just been an art direction thing for the 3D models, where if I look at the models, the modeling isn't poorly done. The modeling itself is pretty decent. I feel like it's mostly just that they need more art direction for the shaders. Honestly, the shaders are so much of what makes Genshin's art style work. Similarly to what makes Wuwa's art style work. if they were to use a more Wuwa-like shader, where I believe Wuwa still has smooth shadows, but they have custom normals that makes them not as super realistic. The fact that we have a realistic nose. Meanwhile, whoops, hang on. Meanwhile, in their original art, they've got that classic anime style nose. It just feels like they need more refinement. Yeah, I think it's just an art direction thing for the 3D models. If I was the art director, I would say, give me custom normals on the face. Definitely feather the hair into the face a little bit better. We don't need quite as realistic of a sculpt. Maybe we're trying to go for an anime style game, and then we could fine tune the shaders just a little bit more. He's a launch character and shaders weren't very good back then. Found their direction around the Anna Nora patch. Okay, we're looking at Anna next, so I'll be intrigued to see what she looks like in 3D. Anyways, hang on, I digress. We're not focused. We're talking about the wrong things right now. And I would like to look at Anna in order for us to finish on time, potentially. Some animations have very rendered looks to it as well, like the login animation. Interesting. I will say, I've heard that the animations for this game are pretty good, so if we were to put them into 2D, we would lose that, and I'm not sure that is worth losing. So I do think that just more direction in the material properties would be beneficial. I'm intrigued. I'll be intrigued to see some of the newer models then. So, overall, silhouette. It's pretty good. He does have a pretty decent amount of asymmetry from the fact that he's got that one big tail on one side of the body. His ponytail seems to sit on the other side of the body. He has an earring on one side, but not the other. Decent little bits of asymmetry there. I'll take it. Different belt on this side. I'll take it. I'd say he's pretty discernible in silhouette. For color palette, he has a color palette that tends to be associated with Sun Wukong, which is, you know, analogous warm colors. Red, orange, yellow. Or gold, even. Makes sense. Making him a redhead is an interesting decision to me. I feel like we more often see, yeah, somebody was saying Kimono Mimi versions of him tend to have brown hair because they're usually a little bit more monkey-like around the face. But I often feel like I would associate him with having, like, orange hair, maybe? And that might just be because some of the versions of Sun Wukong I've seen tend to go more orange in hair. But when I think about the character from, like, Miraculous, who has Sun Wukong elements, I believe he has red hair. So maybe that's not unusual. YouTube page shows up characters with close-ups of the models and animations. Ah, I will look at that for next week then. But color palette-wise, he's fine. I feel like the amount of white in the design is just a little bit too much for me, and I do wish that he had a sweeping gradient again. Why? As soon as I commended them for that being a thing in the designs, they stopped doing it. Anubis is the only one who has that for some reason. Because we need to push those shoes back. Those shoes are distracting to me. But color design, otherwise, I'm not having a ton of issues with clarity. I can see what's going on more or less, it's fine. For his focal point, this might be another character where, despite being a redhead, I don't know how much I'm looking at his head. It might be the background color that is making the light areas of the design disproportionately distracting, but I don't know how quickly I'm looking at his head either. His shoes are really bright and they're surrounded by something real dark. His legs are framed by white areas. There's just a lot of areas of really high contrast happening here. I would say that the red hair is doing some of the right things, but also, like, his socks are a more vibrant orange than his collar is, which is a little bit odd to me. And there's more variety in color undertone in his jacket than there is anywhere else. Where would you guys say the focal point is here? Is Wukong an artist? Because that glove. Does he have the artist glove on? Kind of. He's got pointer finger out glove. Orbs. Okay, the orbs aren't the character, though. Granted, I mean, kind of true. The orbs are focal, because they're really bright. If he always has them, then I would think it's maybe fine to say that they are making the head focal. Let me erase his accessories. He becomes like 80%, not 80, he becomes like 10% less interesting without them, and then if I put like the grays that are there. Shoes, the braid. We are pondering the orb, it's okay. Permit you to ponder the orb. Let me cover this also. Pretend he has no accessories. I do still feel like his head is relatively focal to me like this. The orbs definitely make his head even more focal. I am not sure. Let me do my classic. I'll shut my eyeballs and look at him and see where I look. I didn't do this yet. I do look him in the eye when I shut my eyes and then look at him. But then I do immediately look at his jacket afterwards. I think the jacket is distracting. The orbs are helping, so I won't take all points off. Sleeves and hair to me, okay. The hair is making his head relatively focal. The orbs do also help, but we may need something more to make it truly focal. And similarly, just push his legs back. In the back end of his sleeves back, his shoes are just a little bit too focal. Eyes are skidding around, the hair is more focal. If your eyes are skittering around, that might be good. Eye tracking stream next time. You know what? I feel like if I had an eye tracker, that might actually be a good thing, but the only trouble with that is that I tend to, when I'm working, it's really like weird to describe, but often I'm not looking at where I'm drawing. I'm looking at my preview in OBS. I look down when I'm editing things, but I spend a lot of time looking up at my OBS preview, so I don't know if an eye tracker would actually be effective on me, or for me with this. But that might help for focal point, maybe. Interesting suggestion, though. I can't believe I never thought of that. Noted. 4, focal point. Oh wait, I put the grade in the wrong place. Focal point goes here. Complexity versus clarity. His jacket feels a little bit non-specific to me as it is right now. And it might just be because it's such a big, flat shape. It feels just a little bit under-designed to me. And that's such a weird thing to say in a gacha game. I feel like I never end up saying that something is under-designed. Oh! You know what I didn't try and guess? For concept. Does he have a secondary concept? Is my question, because I don't know if I'm getting one. Where for, like, Drew and Q and some of the other characters, I could guess what their secondary concept was. Leora, I guessed too. Chu Yao is a little bit harder, but I feel like that's unfamiliarity as an issue. Does he have a secondary... Does he have an occupation? Are there 2 angles to his concept? I was really only getting, like... sort of streetwear clothing? Martial artist? I guess I could see this being sort of similar to the robes you wear for martial arts, but not the ones that you wear for Kung Fu. For Kung Fu, you wear something that buttons up across the front of your chest, and it's not that baggy. I don't know. Not getting one. Yeah, I'm sure I'm getting one. Selma seems to be looking into it. I can also just look at his page. Reference, yep, he is the Monkey King. Yeah, he's 20. Young guy. Something with the braids, knots and ties on the braid, giving something. Not getting anything strong. Yeah, these are like pearl-like. We've got a star. More stars throughout. We've got a lotus on his belt, but those are mythological symbols that I don't know if are specific to him. Just ops chief for identity. Something like a field agent problem solver, so like a generic shonen protagonist in a sense. Okay. If there's not more layers to it, I guess that might make sense. I wouldn't be surprised to hear that. I do maybe wish there was a little bit more of a layer, because I feel like that would help solve the non-specificity I'm feeling in his jacket. Field agent for the Totally Not Avengers. Poster boy for the Esper Union. Okay. Pearl makes sense, but the hair pearls are, I guess, a reference to the Dragon Balls. Okay. Yes, so... Lotus makes sense. Yeah, the symbols make sense to me for connection to mythology, but I'm not really getting secondary occupation. And I feel like we could have done more with that, perhaps. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.5. That feels like weirdly high for him. I don't think his design is a 7.5 in strength, but I can't really argue with the rubric. Wait, was that 7.5? What number did I just say? 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.5. I don't know if I agree with that, but I can't argue with it. He has a twin. It does seem like I may have to come back, because he has a twin who is another character, and they may have a duality element happening. And then we were also talking about the fact that Leora also has somebody that she is associated with too. So we may have to come back for their counterparts or their other associated characters next week, maybe. Same job as Leora, but I can see a secondary profession from her where she does seem like she is military in her attire. So I wouldn't be surprised that she is somebody who is doing military-esque things. She's a field worker, but in a more historical sense. He feels like sort of not as specific. If they would have given him elements that are related to like a Chinese general's clothing, like Sun Wukong kind of wears anyway, in mythology, that probably would have made sense. My jacket is strong. Twin probably is a Y black jacket. Yeah, be interested to see what the counterpart is dressed like. Honestly, for that, I feel like if I was grading VTubers, I would have probably gone like this, for the fact that he could have a little bit more of a general style in his clothing or armor. Younger brother for context. Oh man, they love doing, oh, we're gonna put this guy in all white and red, and then we're gonna have the friend or the counterpart be in all black and then blue. Woo! Duality! Counterparts are both emo. Man, they really have this going on everywhere. They had Brynn and Seig, who are less emo, more emo. I guess Leora and her more emo counterpart. Yeah, a little yin-yang situation. They both have a little moment of brightness to them if they're dark, or a little moment of darkness to them if they're bright. Interesting. As a design philosophy. Okay, we got 20 more minutes, and I think we will have enough time for this character. This is Anna. I'm intrigued to see Anna in 3D, because you're saying that the art direction was stronger for her. I did not find a good reference for her that was 3D. Except for Yamato and Yuhime. Both siblings were kind of goth. Good for them. Let's go lesbians. Why are you saying that? What do you mean let's go lesbians? Where's her album Dislyte? We've been waiting. Selma, I did see you say that in the in the document you provided me. Colors are pretty? The colors are pretty, but they're really low clarity to me, and I'm having contrast problems with reading most of her clothing. Everything is bleeding into everything, except for her skin, unfortunately. What's the guess for the myth? Okay, so I'll walk you through my attempt at guessing her myth. Here are my attempts at guessing her myth. Let me look at what my notes were for what I said. So yeah, got a lot going on here. As I was doing for the other characters, I was often hunting for elements that may be symbolic of those particular characters. So I was like, okay, what are repeating motifs here? You know, other characters had repeating motifs that highlighted who they are. She has armor. She's got a pauldron on one shoulder. She's got a, what do you call it, a gusset? Also, is that what the chest part of a piece of armor is called? I don't know. She's got armor pieces on. She does seem to have a piece of clothing that is draped across one shoulder. The other character that we saw wearing something that is directly armor was a Greek character. So I was like, okay, maybe Greek, perhaps. And then as I'm going through, okay, I'm like, all right, roses. We've got roses here. She has roses on her leg. We have this element that I don't quite know what is. It seems like it might be a one-sided wing. Sephiroth approaches in the distance. And the way that it's styled feels somewhere between like a butterfly wing and maybe a leaf. Maybe. She's got a lot of layering in her skirt. She has these sharp pointed elements that read like bone a little bit. And then her bottom layer of skirt looks like it's scaled. Paintbrush bone sword is so good. It's cool looking. And then she has every color imaginable. She's got the whole rainbow in her color palette, more or less. Yes, Psyche because of butterfly and psychedelic looking things. That was one of the guesses I had. Iris was also in there in my mind somewhere for her. Let's guess reference Nora, so another pair of characters. Okay, so the scales aren't about her mythology, but I was like, I really don't know if I'm feeling any particular way about this. I was going to put her in Greek mythology, though. I'm gonna guess Greek mythology for her, but I had nothing further. I was really torn between a bunch of people, and I was not really working out who it was. Kate feels like a flowery vibe. The pastels feel flowery. I see more flowers in the sort of SFX happening around her weapon. I'm having a clarity nightmare, though, which is also making it harder for me to determine what she is. Do we have any further guesses? Any further guesses as to what her mythology is? Anyone else want to guess? Anyone guess? Sword is a big thematic idea giver? I would guess so. Nymph. Yeah, so I can see now things pointing in a particular direction. Val is giving a very strong hint, maybe. Almost Eastery, but too light and ethereal for it. Yeah. So I'll tell you. Would you believe me if I told you that this is Persephone? Would you believe me? The art historian in me is like gnashing at my cage right now. Just a little bit. Because for Athena, you know, they did miss one of the big things that tends to be an identifier of Athena. No owl. However, to me, in my art historical background, am I somebody who knows the most about Persephone's myth? I don't know. I feel like there's some Tumblr people who would probably know more about it than me. But the things that are usually used to identify her in anything it tends to be like pomegranate, grain, flaming torches, even a flail. Like, those are elements that could have been worked into her weapon also. If you gave her a torch, I would have been like, okay. Or if you give her, what is the little box thing called? The little box that holds grain. That, I would have been like, okay, I see. Queen of the Underworld, yeah. We could have made the bone element more apparent, because the bone element, I didn't even see until long after I had already looked up what she was supposed to be. I don't know. Yeah, spring colors and the bone thingy. So those are the things that I think are our only hints for her being Persephone? Persephone vibes prior to Underworld? Maybe it could be that she's in an earlier part in the myth where she's not gone through that, but she already has the bones, so I'm gonna guess that that's not maybe the entire case. I wish that the bones were in the silhouette a little bit better, and there's just not enough contrast. There's actually so much contrast everywhere that I'm not reading the design very clearly, unfortunately. Don't mind Persephone pre-Hades marriage, but she doesn't really have that much aside from color palette, floral part, and bone sword, but it's not as obvious. Ruku saw them right away. A couple people guessed correctly, which good work if you did. I think I was just visually too overwhelmed to have gotten to it very quickly, and the contrast of these against the light-colored clothing underneath it just wasn't strong enough for me. This is one of those cases where I feel like we need almost a total revisitation of value and color placement for clarity's sake. Let me get rid of all the saturation, because do you see what happens when I get rid of all of the saturation? She is all one tone, more or less. She barely has any contrast. She's pretty much all mid-tones. She's got a couple of light areas that are up around her face, but all of her tones are tone on tone. There's a little variety when we come into here, but this is still very similar to the stuff around it. Her face is very similar to her hair. There's so much happening. If we had just a little more variety in them, like maybe her armor was a little bit darker, not that dark. We can still keep a really light and bright and ethereal feeling, but this is something where, like, in the concepting phase of a character, you should be blocking out your character into probably bigger chunks for clarity's sake. Where, like, she's got her armor that she's wearing on her arm here that is getting completely lost. She's got her ring I can't see. She's got her piece of armor on her knee. There's a lot of elements that could use pushing and pulling here to make the design clearer. And we don't have to get rid of how ethereal she feels by doing it. Granted, I could probably push this back even further than I had, but she just needs more clear blocking. Can see the value in what you're saying. Hi, Vil. Thank you. Good pun. Makes it look kind of ghostly from what I remember. Came back from the dead. Guess they wanted to avoid the kidnapping story. I guess that could make sense. The story implied she is, synesthesia. Somebody also said that she's colorblind. Synesthesia and colorblindness is an interesting combo, I would say. But for me, I fear that she is overwhelming in her color palette. I get what they're going for, but I'm not sure it has been executed in an especially effective manner. Clearly, whatever I have to say about her doesn't matter in some capacity because she was the fan favorite and did win getting an album. But I think that is her weakest category, unfortunately. Her silhouette as she is standing here is also not especially strong. The elements of her clothing that are behind her body obscures this crazy layered dress. This dress could be doing so much for her silhouette. They've just posed her in a way that makes it not read very clearly right now. Ran the meta for a good while, literally a nightmare to fight. Ah, that may also relate to her popularity as well. Was she, I saw when I looked her up before, I think she was one of the first characters who had her element type, I think? If I remember. Much true? Yeah, okay. Let me look at her 3D model, because I think Selma said it was uploaded. I still don't know about this direction for the materials. Much more clarity here. Way less colors. This just doesn't really feel all that faithful to the concept art to me, though. Still an odd direction. She's a shimmer. Shimmer's been around for a bit. No? Oh, I thought it said she was one of the first ones. Or maybe they said she was the first Greek one who was a shimmer. Ribs look less like ribs in 3D. I would say they still kind of look like ribs, but they're not spread out in a manner that reads as clearly. I don't think this is a particularly well-modeled model. This isn't really faithful to the concept art at all. The ruffles have been toned down. She feels way more stiff. I don't know. I don't think that 3D model works for me. Ironically, her counterpart character is a direct counter. Hey! Good to build those things from your lore into your gameplay. Glad they're doing that at least for it. But conceptually, she has elements that point at her being Persephone. However, they could have been better executed if she had something that was even just remotely shaped like a pomegranate. If she had something that was related to grain. If she had... I mean, I guess maybe the shape of this is sort of grain-like, but this could be made more grain-like, or more floral-esque into nature. That would have helped a lot with making her read more clearly. Keep thinking of Joan of Arc. You're right. She is designed in a way that does feel sort of in keeping with Joan of Arc. What is her role in the story, also? Because for occupation, I was gonna guess that she's got knight armor on in some capacity, but she doesn't look like she'd be on the front line of battle with her giant train of her dress that's really ornate. She feels a little bit too well adorned. Feels like it'd get in the way. Literally, it's just a single event. First Greek, because Raven from day one is a shimmer. Painter turned dead girlfriend that haunts the narrative. Okay. Interesting. She's event story. First appearance is Doomed Fury of the Muse character. Oh no. A painter and their muse. That's always doomed. That never works. All we hear about is painter and their muse ends up like killing them, or they kill their muse, or terrible, horrible fallout. Classic. However, she's a painter. Okay, so she's got colors all over her, which I guess would be a hint at her being a painter. But if she's a painter, why does she have armor on? Why is she armored? And somebody said that this sword, it looks like a fencing foil to me a little bit, is a brush? But it seems like a needle. I wouldn't look at this thing and say that this looks like a brush. But I'm still just having, like, clarity nightmare problems. The ribcage is much more evident in the sword, which does help. More of a pen. but it's not shaped like a pen, really, at all. I guess it's got like a round area where you might hold it, but it is missing most of the hallmarks of a pen, also. In her myth before being kidnapped by Hades, she was hanging out in the fields with nymphs, which the muses are. Moving rainbow texture is also present in her counterpart character. So a part of her dress looks like fish skin. It does. Somebody said that that's related to her counterpart character, though. Which is why it was also in a fish-like manner, a red herring for me. But for a cold read, it is just a little bit confusing. I guess I can see some of the hints at her being an artist from the way that color has been used for her design. I feel like there may have been a better way of doing it, and we didn't have to armor her, if that's what we're aiming for. But I guess maybe that's her way of haunting the narrative? I'm not sure it's working for me entirely. For focal point, actually I want to close this. I don't know if that model looks especially good to me. For focal point, I'm looking down here, mostly, because her head is so low contrast between her skin tone and her hair color. The colors in the ends of her hair are much more pastel. All of the saturation is in this area of her design, especially her legs. Why are her legs so much darker and more saturated than her face is? I'm looking right here. Her face is really not even in my considerations. And yeah, her head is kind of hard to look at. It's a little bit of an eye strain trying to discern her features, unfortunately. So, I'm sorry, girly. I gotta put you right there. I'm sorry, girly. I apologize. For complexity versus clarity, I think that the complexity is fine as far as the way that they have designed her dress. This is not an unusual amount of layers for a tiered skirt. And there's some clever things happening in the layering too, but it's the color that's making it hard to read. So as far as level of detail goes, I think she's actually fine. This is why I needed to clarify that all the value stuff is being critiqued here. Her level of detail is okay. I don't have an issue with it. The dress design itself is pretty, and with a little bit of work, could be made to work pretty well. It's just the value situation. It's just the value situation. Uh-oh, the hate will come soon. Don't worry, they can't get me. I'm not afraid to take a stance. Oh my god, am I doing Eminem? That's terrible. Like, of all the people to sing a song from, Eminem. April B. Arding, thank you for following. I appreciate it. But you didn't expect Eminem from me right now, although I do often have an Iggy Azalea, unfortunately, also. Silhouette. We didn't check her silhouette. Let's check her silhouette. Turn this off. Hey, I know you're upset with me for this grade, but I do need my hair. Oh, Amber stole my hair. Maybe, I don't think Amber's upset with me for this grade. Amber, what do you need my hair for right now? It is important. They've played these before. Hey, why? Don't look. Ow. Very pretty character lover design. Does feel the contrast gives you a headache, though. I know, that's what I'm saying. Bucket? What do you mean bucket, Amber? No, don't look. What do you mean bucket? Bucket? Hey, don't look. Hey, be nice to me. Be nice to me. I'm going through it. E.g. Azalea. That's pretty good. Silhouette. So, if she didn't have her semi-transparent cape, the shape of her clothing would probably be pretty distinct. Her shoe shape and all the elements on her legs add some distinction, as do her miscellaneous shoulder accessories. They have good positive negative space. I'm appreciative of the fact that this game does not always go for the super duper long hair that obscures the silhouette angle, because it does allow the clothing some space to breathe, which I appreciate. It's good. But I do think that the way, I think it's just the way that her drapery on the back of her body is posed, it's just not helping right now, unfortunately. But I would say it's kind of fine. She's got good asymmetry, I will give her that, you know? I might actually go like that because her asymmetry is so strong, and I'm happy to see it. She still feels pretty well balanced despite how asymmetrical she is. What a spread here. 2, 4, 5, 6 out of 10. I think that makes sense for her. I think I gave her a 7 on the thumbnail. I think I was aware that she was going to score interestingly. And as I said before, despite what I may say, clearly she's succeeding as a design because people like her character. Just maybe objectively, there's some things that could be modified to make her stronger. You're allowed to love her and be attached to her, and you're allowed to disagree with me as long as you're nice about it. But hey, look at that. Crazy as it may be, I got through all 8 designs exactly on time at 6 p.m. despite being under the weather. This is a miracle. Truly, the new meta for EG is slowing down. Because when I slow down, I for some reason somehow go faster. I need to just be like this forever, I guess. Not in terms of being unwell, but in terms of instead, just calming down as a person and slowing down. Yeah, we gotta slow down. I'm slow about everything else that I do. Maybe I should just be slow about this too. Yeah, slow is smooth, smooth is fast. Hell yeah. Also, I think I'm a little more locked in. Greetings, Mortals. Can I help you? Did you need me for something? I noticed the horror season right now, so I guess my summoning does make sense, but were you in need of something? Also, I'd like to welcome back the return of Triangle Head, who you see here before you. Not only am I just Boot Head, also the Ladder Head, I also become Triangle Head at this time of year. I never quite figured out why I have a single polygon in my skull that does not like to participate in whatever I'm doing. It is parented to something. Don't know what. It's definitely parented to my body because it moves with me, but it's not parented to my head. So when I tilt my head, it doesn't move. Peculiar. Like how taking Adderall makes ADHD calm, things work in reverse. I see. Counterparts and furries, anything else to add for next time? Counterparts and furries, I think, is a good summary for things that could be added for next time. But Selma, do not take more work onto yourself. Your document was already abundantly helpful. This is from the wise words of EG that is not normal EG, of Eldritch EG. Eldritch EG commends you for your efforts and thanks you for your participation. Can I request, mayhaps, a round of applause for Selma for making me a document? You say it's barely anything, but it did help me at least collect characters that people may be interested in. And it did confirm some of my thoughts about the story, especially because the fandom wiki is very incomplete for this game. So trying to figure out what was going on with story in any way, shape, or form was a challenge, and you did make that easier. So thank you, Selma, for your great power. What in the horror happened? It is I, Eldritch EG, just in time for Halloween. With my one big old giant hand that I may use to bestow a blessing upon you, or maybe a curse if you are not so kind. I've yet to determine whether or not I should be doing that. I did not see. Was I summoned for any particular reason? Hachifikino, did you summon me for something in particular? Just wanted to gaze upon the horrors? That's true. Here, horrors can gaze back upon you. Do you feel my gaze? Not that I have eyes to really look at you with. Although I guess you wouldn't really know where my eyes are if they're anywhere. Take a guess. Where do you think my eyes are right now? Do you think I have eyes? They're somewhere. My what?
Your gaze.
My what, Gary? My eyes. You may gaze upon my eyes. Eyelets? You've multiple eyes? Oh, I bet my boots don't have eyelets in them. My boots do not have laces, so therefore my eyes are not contained in that area. Al Pacino, thank you for resubscribing. I appreciate it. It was very kind of you. Eldritch EG thanks you for your continued commitment to the shroom state and hopes that you enjoy your continued ability to rotate. I'll bestow back upon you the orb ability. Thank you for helping, Selma. Selma, I hope you see all of the kind fellas in YouTube who are currently obstructed by my giant skull. Giant and magnificent skull, might I add. Saying thank you. Anna got an 8 out of 10 on the thumbnail. Rip. Sorry, Anna. Wow, I guess I could change that. I should, I guess, fix my thumbnail so that it is more accurate, maybe. You're welcome, y'all. Yay. You have no eyes, you can just tell. I don't have a mouth either. Where do you think the sound is coming from out of me right now? You know what might be fantastic for me in this form? If only there was a way so that my boot could open up like a mouth. Hello, can I have hand tracking, please? From Gary. No, look, his mouth is firmly shut. He's also looking in a nondescript direction. He refuses to make eye contact with you. If I go like this, I'd be able to force him to look at you, but he doesn't want to look at you. But you know how some people will have like a boot where the sole has delaminated from the bottom, where you can like lift it up and down to make it look like it's talking like a sock puppet? Yeah. Boot separating from the sole for the inside of a mouth. I feel like that'd be really good for me, like a puppet. Just imagine. Or we can just say that my hand is my mouth and I can just go wah, 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 wah. My shoe did that the first day of Otakon. I am so sorry to hear that, Bleak. That is just the nature of Otakon, however. Something always has to go wrong in the wardrobe in some capacity. 2 years ago, I did one of those classic split your pants situations. My shorts destroyed themselves. Not while I was walking around the convention center, thankfully. I think it was on my way back from the convention center to the hotel room, but my short did destroy itself on the inner leg. I think that is just the nature. Maybe Otakon casts a curse upon clothing. Talking like a Toontown character. How do Toontown characters talk? Do they just like wah 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 wah? Have I reached an age where you would expect me in a Peanuts universe to sound like a Peanuts teacher? Legally in the Peanuts, how old do you have to be before you start talking like wah 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 wah? How old do I have to be for that to be how I have to start streaming? At what point am I cut off? Probably college age? No, really? Does that mean I'm already doomed? Does that mean I have to start that immediately? Am I late? I'm gonna get taxes for the first time. Okay, I had taxes when I was 15. I don't know about that. That's why there's an entire department called Cosplay Rescue. Thank goodness. I have never visited Cosplay Rescue because I've never had my clothing destroy itself while I was there. I don't think there's any college kids that I can imagine them being towering beings who talk like that. How old are the Peanuts? I'd imagine elementary schoolers, right? 15? Yeah, I've been working for most of my life. Around there? Okay, they're elementary schoolers. Okay. Interesting. I don't think I'd trust elementary schoolers to make Thanksgiving dinner. Just me. Just me. Who knows? Although I do see those Montessori school things all the time where it's like, look, these kids make their own snacks! And it's like pans to a video of children cutting with like real knives and then cleaning up afterwards. I'm like, oh, okay. I mean, cool. Glad you're training them on that. That's a good skill to have. But that definitely makes me nervous still. Just because kids are clumsy. That's not a thing you can get out of a child. You can get a child to stop doing. You can't just make a child not clumsy. It doesn't work like that. I slipped while holding knives at the ripe old age of mid-20s, so children make me nervous. October 2nd, 1950. What do you, is that the Peanuts year? Or the Peanuts, what? What do you mean, what, huh? 1950s. Rex, I don't know what that number, what that date is. Yeah, Peanuts? Oh, okay, so technically, does that mean that the Peanuts are in their 70s now? I guess the Peanuts all themselves should be making the wah 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 sounds. Also clumsy at the ripe age of 15. Maybe that's something that never goes away for some people. But anyways, I would like to go be responsible and have dinner with my jubby. I need to refill my wooder also. My wooder is currently empty. I was good. I did chug a bunch of my wooder during our stream. So, I will leave you on this note. Tomorrow, we are going to build something. This will be my first hand cam in a minute. I've missed doing them. We're going to build a crayfish. Are you guys ready to build a crayfish? Jubby bought me as a gift an Evangelion crayfish model that is a Gundam-like kit. I don't know what you call it in that circumstance. It's not technically not Gunpla. Is it just like a garage kit, maybe? I don't know what you'd call it, but I'm intrigued to start building it. It seems like it might be fun. When do we do the Kijinkas? Not yet. That has been postponed. Those were going to be due after our partner celebration, but you know what? Maybe we can set those as being due next Friday. I'll give you a week from now for those. So that way you still have a week to wrap up and finish up if you weren't done with yours, because partner celebration is no longer next week, because I would like to be healthy for that, optimally. And I also have cardiology next week, probably. Sure, I might have a slightly unusual schedule, maybe. We'll see. Thank you for the stream, of course. Garage kit, yeah, we're gonna build a crayfish Ava unit. It's gonna be fantastic and so cool, and I'm looking forward to it. I gotta get all my Gunpla stuff back out for it. But this is also a trick in order to get me to actually start it, because I haven't worked on Gunpla stuff in like months, but that's mostly because I've been busy. But theoretically, I will see you tomorrow. If there are any Dislyte characters that you would like me to cover next time, put them in the YouTube comments. Otherwise, I'll probably just end up pulling ones that I think look cool. A couple of fan favorites, but probably also a couple ones that I just like. And you're welcome to debate me in the comments as long as you're being nice about my thoughts on characters. But thank you all for being here. I will see some of you, maybe many of you even, tomorrow. Thank you for being here. Bye. Shroom me later, YouTube fellas. I can't send you anywhere. Bye. And then Twitch